You'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I'd say, what does that mean to you? He'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe.
I don't know why, but I literally understand everything he is saying. This is probably one of the most fascinating interviews I've ever seen. I've never been this shocked watching someone speak since Tucker Carlson interviewed Vladimir Putin. The man Epstein touched on a lot of different topics. Now we got all these Epstein files being released. All I see is hypocrisy. Everyone's looking for sex. They're completely ignoring everything else this man is saying. They're ignoring the fact that this man likely is the actual person who figured out the mathematics and created the formula for Bitcoin. But they're also forgetting one thing too. He's also the man that that did the mathematical equations on how to save the global economy by simply reducing one specific group's population. He is the father of the vaccine that was specifically targeted at one particular group in this country. That group's being removed. I'm understanding that. A lot of people don't get that. But now you're learning more about his personality. One thing I'm noticing about this man is that he doesn't feel sorry for himself. And the other thing I'm noticing is that he's not afraid and he doesn't feel fear. I'll be honest, after this interview, and that's from 2019, everything tells me this man is still alive. People this smart, people this intellectual, and people this valuable because of their gift with numbers, they don't just die. They're too valuable to let go. They play other roles. This man was the linchpin between countries in NATO, on the other side of NATO, the EU, everyone in the West, Africa. He is literally connected to everyone and everything. And he made everybody very, very rich. And the way, and when I'm looking at, we were always wondering, where did his wealth come from? When we add in there that he was brought on to the Trilateral Commission because of his expertise with numbers at only the age of 30. And that's what he was just talking about right now in the beginning of this video. I don't think it wasn't some random, Hitoshi guy from Japan. This is where Bitcoin comes from. It was him. That's where his wealth came from. This is insane. But you know what? Some of the other things he talked about are they have so much depth to them. It's so intellectually provocative. Once you're not focusing on all the claims of all this freaky sex stuff, once you get over that weird obsession with this unsubstantiated, like I'm reading through the Epstein files. You mean to tell me everybody was banging all these rich people and nobody who survived the next day thought to go get a rape kit? Nobody. Same thing with Diddy. All these guys and kids and animals, not one person had enough, foresight to say, let me at least go to the hospital. I mean, this is a billionaire. There was a girl who tried to sue a rich man just because they were on the elevator alone for 3 floors going down, but it's only her word versus his. She came up with a completely crazy story with no physical evidence. It was thrown out, of course, but if these people are really doing all this crazy stuff with these rich people, why not at least one rape kit? Why not one hospital visit? But then again, you find out that these are really rich people who have zero problem paying people. So if you're paying for all this freaky deaky stuff to go on, if you're paying for it, can you be a victim if you're being paid? I don't know. I just know that I'm seeing stories, but I have crazy ex-girlfriends who make up stories about me. Exaggerated stories. I had an ex-girlfriend that said she had a dream that I was riding a horse and I was dragging her like in a Western movie. And she literally would tell people this story, and sometimes she would forget to tell people it was a dream. And there were really people thinking that Rico was riding around here with a cowboy hat on, just putting ropes around women and just driving them down Westheimer in Houston. At least, what is this new thing? What evidence be damned? We're not going to ask for any. Okay, yeah, I heard what you said about this. Okay, cool. Where's the proof? Steal pictures of people standing around each other is one thing. Is there, even if you don't have video, is there one DNA? Even with Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton, she had the famous blue dress that had all of his spooge on it. At least give me a little bit of spooge. Pause. But without that, I'm going to listen to all the other intellectual stuff. It's like they want you to just focus on all the crazy sex life stuff, and they don't want you to think about his brain or the content of his character or the things he would talk about. Men like this don't just die. This man is still alive. I don't care what anyone says. In my opinion, he's still alive. But let's continue.
Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much can you lend out to your friends?
Now, what he's talking about is something that we all learned about, 10 years ago. Anybody who was familiar with the Zeitgeist or that other series, we learned about fractional reserve banking, that a bank could legally loan out 9 times more than they even have in their total value. It's fractional reserve banking, but there's other things that he said that were extremely intelligent. Like basically telling you that basically we don't know anything about a lot of things that are happening in this physical world. He explains in a way that we're also basically living in a simulation and we're just temporarily enjoying a human experience. Let's take a listen.
At the first trilateral or something.
Yeah.
Just give me approximate. You join the trilateral
I
commission.
think it might be
and we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the trilateral commission.
Now let's go ahead and I want to bring this up too. Let's talk to Arthur. Arthur, can you explain to us what is the Trilateral Commission that Jeffrey Epstein was a part of? What do they do?
The Trilateral Commission is a non-governmental policy discussion group founded in 1973 by David Rockefeller. It brings together influential private sector leaders, politicians, business people, academics from North America, Europe, and Asia. Its aim is to foster closer cooperation on global economic and political issues. While it's sometimes the subject of conspiracy theories, in practice, it's just a forum for dialogue among elites.
Okay, what do you know about Jeffrey Epstein being a part of the Trilateral Commission?
There's no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was ever a member of the Trilateral Commission. Though he moved in influential circles, there's no factual link placing him as part of that specific organization. It's important to distinguish between verified memberships and speculation.
If you look at it, even the AI is unfamiliar and has been wiped of any records of Epstein, yet here he is giving us years and telling us exactly who invited him in and why to be a part of the Trilateral Commission. Again, the last time I seen everything try to wipe somebody from the internet so you can't read anything about them was when they did it to Putin. But famously, the last time I heard anyone suppress this much, who you're supposed to believe is an all-out demon monster, was Hitler. You're not allowed to listen to those speeches either. You're not allowed to ask why or what or where or when. Just supposed to believe. But let's listen to what Epstein has to say about himself.
And had the first, where was the? Do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo, and at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day. Give me some
3-day event, and
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well, these guys have to have great ideas as the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists. They're not intellectuals. They're not great thinkers. They're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember?
So what he's saying is that most world leaders are no more than just the prom queen, and the prom kings of their country. They basically just won a popularity contest. They're not in their positions because they have great ideas or because they're smart. They're necessarily just they're in their positions because they were able to get a lot of people to like them, but basically based on their probably charisma, but nothing based on their minds. And he says he's more impressed by people with good ideas than people just who are able to be charismatic to the point that people like them. I'll be honest. I try to judge people like that as well. I don't care if you're, I'm not looking for superficial stuff. I want to know what kind of mind you have. Well, do you have any ideas? Do you have any thoughts? That's what impresses certain people, not necessarily how likable you are.
Remember, what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation.
Yes, and somebody in the chat said that's basically describes me. A lot of people like what I say most of it, like what I say 100% of the time, though it might not be popular speech, it is accurate. So you can always go back and fact check me and read about what I'm saying. Like most people say about me, I'm not going to win any popularity contest with my views, but they are fundamentally factual, which is the part that is the most impressive. So, I mean, I have that in common with them.
And they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And As a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most,
I'm always impressed when there is somebody of prominence that admits that they don't know something. That is very difficult for a man to do, is to admit that he doesn't, that it's unknown to him. The fact that he does that shows humility. There's a lot of different things that this interview with Steve Bannon is going to point out about Epstein that is going to make you think 2 or 3 times about the stories. It seems like you're just constantly being deluded in the public with all these crazy tales of sex stuff, but that's it. And you're basically distracted from everything else about him or Maxwell. You don't have no idea how smart these people were, what their backgrounds were in. You're never allowed to speak to them or hear from them. You don't even know their side of the story. We could have all just been played this entire time. And I'm wondering why Bannon didn't go deeper into what happened to him with his arrest and in his history. He barely glances over it at the very end, but we'll get there.
things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact, my dollar is shrinking in value.
Why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. Most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making $1 billion bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Versalin brothers.
Ranieri?
No, the guy.
Epstein is basically telling Bannon in his own way that everything that you're so impressed by, my friend, is just smoke and mirrors. Epstein is letting you know we don't even know. We don't understand how this stuff works. We make some bets here and there, but even we are in the dark. We don't know. Just like we don't understand how the human digestive system works. Bannon is pushing him, but Epstein is basically telling him, we really don't know what we're doing, and you guys are giving us more credit than we deserve.
They wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Lars Polka?
Yeah, Lars Polka. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes. I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Blue Nerd is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you use the term hyperinflation.
Now, remember, they're trying to convince you that this mathematician, this nerd, is also the devil himself. And basically, he's the white version of Diddy, but except just 1,000 times worse. So the fact that he's actually able to sit here and have an intelligent conversation with you about fractional reserve banking, quantum mechanics, theoretical physics, it's off-putting because typically people who have the proclivities to be so demonic and evil, they're not highly intellectual. So somebody's lying somewhere. We're trying to get to the bottom to figure out who's lying and who's exaggerating. There's always, I'm so turned off because the media lies to me so much. I don't know if what the media has been telling me about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't know how true it is. I don't know. Nobody knows. The Epstein files just came out. I've been reading through them. I've read some things that are horrific, but I'm a skeptic. I'm going to always demand proof. Paperwork, something in black and white. I'm not an emotional person. I feel nothing. I only go off of what you can prove and the numbers. I'm going to read over them. No one at any time went to a hospital. No one that was a victim who survived went and obtained a rape kit or any physical evidence of anything that happened to them that was against their will, or, and this is not like in the 1800s. These are events that are taking place in the 2000s and the 90s. And this video is from 2019. All these different things. And all I asked for is evidence, and people are losing their minds because I see what's in these files. I'm seeing what they're saying in these emails. Where's the actual physical evidence from the victims? Who are the survivors? Why did no one? So you mean to tell me all millions of people who were affected, or however many people, and no one went to a hospital? But I'm supposed to believe this man is the devil. Okay, cool.
There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection. You could have a heart attack. You could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee. There's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst. There's a specialist for your head. And now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect in the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. As we might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get somehow understand how complex systems interact. Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence.
Now, this is when things get interesting.
The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets, terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain, nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs, the computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer.
That is huge. He's saying that the people who now this is from 2019. We weren't even talking about AI. There was no chat GBT. We didn't know how it was going to be applied in the future here in the public. He's describing how the people who are designing these systems all those years ago, they have no idea how it even works. They know that they told it to do something, but they don't know how it does it. It just does it. So there's a gap between what's coming out and how it gets there, and no one understands. It's not like it was programmed and it's not reading it from the internet. They don't know where it's sourcing this information. It's just like magic. The same way we don't understand how the tissue in your brain, because there's fluid and a bit of electricity, can generate a consciousness. We don't understand. Like he was saying, the human's body is a bunch of thousands of different systems all working in sync. And you can be a specialist in one thing, but it's still a practice. We don't really know how the human body functions. Now we're coming up with technology, allegedly. I'm saying we are coming up with it, but it's working, but we don't even understand how it works. It's if it was basically tapping into something that was already there, and we're just reconnecting things that were, it's like this, he's making such a well-rounded, I wouldn't even say it's an argument, just these observations of things that we should have been asking. This video is from years ago. We should have been watching this video. Why was it suppressed? But everyone wants to tell me about all this kinky, freaky sex stuff with teenagers. It's like I'm diluted with all that imagery. No one wants me to talk about how we don't understand how the AI is coming up, how the AI is functioning, but yet it's being implemented all around us, turned on even into our military, our daily lives, our financial systems, even our food production, but we don't even know who's in control of it or how it works. This is crazy amounts of information from a man in 2019 who allegedly died a year or two later.
Pretty strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems that the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer, how did it do it? No one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel for more interesting conversations like this one here. We're over on YouTube Live. We're on 8 different platforms. So please like and subscribe.
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. That's going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. Let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place that was called the Special Housing Unit.
That's true.
There's no libraries. The roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing? I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why?
Him grabbing his neck like that suicide gesture, even though it was done in jest, I mean, they want you to think that he was already suicidal, thinking about it in prison. But remember, this isn't his first time going to jail. He was in jail years ago and didn't off himself, and he lost his luxuries. But he seems rather excited and giddy to talk about his experience. He's been smiling about it the whole time. And he doesn't necessarily feel like he did anything that was wrong, but he's a highly intelligent person. So it just makes me have more questions. He doesn't seem at all ashamed of this, but he's extremely aware of himself. There's a lot of things that are dead giveaways in this video. So this is going to be a long video. This is like an hour and a half long. So please stay tuned, like the video, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you guys being here. Let's hear some more about what Mr. Jeffrey has to say.
Because that's the company I was a partner in.
He was a partner at Bear Stearns.
That was the company I had a very large investment in.
Oh.
So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, And when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns.
So you mean to tell me a man in Palm Beach jail was able to call the president of Bear Stearns in 2008 on a collect call, and he answered? he was able to get through? That means Epstein was really good at what he did. And apparently he's a numbers guy. He was able to look at complex equations and figure out how to make money off of certain algorithms before people even knew algorithms was basically a thing. It just seems like he had the mind of a human AI, but instead of being in 2025, he was in the year 2000 and 2001. He already had the brain of an AI. He was just out of place in a different time, and he was able to excel. Again, the kinds of things that Epstein apparently was able to figure out, which made him valuable to a lot of people, literally tells me he had to be involved with Bitcoin. And that's where he generated a lot of wealth for a lot of people, and they couldn't leave him in jail. They needed him free because maybe he had the keys to how to access certain people's Bitcoins, and they were going to lose all their wealth if he stayed in jail. And that's why he's out. He did not die in that prison. And it was already reported he didn't die in the prison. I never thought he died. People this smart don't just die.
And I said, tell me what's going on.
You rarely hear about billionaires dying at all. I mean, you don't really hear about that.
And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under. And they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns, the biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once in a lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you had ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time.
Pretty prophetic, talking about hanging himself. But he was able, using collect calls, he was able to get the head of JP Morgan on the phone and the head of Bear Stearns. Do you know how important this Epstein man was? In jail with collect calls, he was able to get these men on the phone. Why didn't they just ignore his calls? This is when those companies were literally collapsing live on television. They're burning paperwork. The FBI is raiding the buildings, and they answered and spoke to him on the phone. They didn't call each other. They both were on the phone talking to Epstein at the same time while he's in jail. Do you know how? And then, Bannon's trying to get him to say, yeah, I made some bad decisions and yada. Epstein said, no, I don't have any regrets, basically. What that tells me is this. Epstein is the kind of person that was more so everything happens for a reason. For that calculation, that experience, me being in jail at that time was necessary for me to get to this other point. So no, I don't regret it. I didn't lose any time. Nothing was set back. Everything happened the way it was supposed to happen. That's why he's not sitting there. And Bannon's looking at him like, wait a minute, so you're not in regret. You're in jail while all this is going on. And he's like, no, I didn't feel any type of way about it. This is a different type of person. There's more to what's going on. All that sex stuff seems like it's just a distraction. All the pedophile stuff, it's a distraction.
So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle.
Did you hear how many different countries of people literally relied on his financial expertise? This man is way bigger and more valuable than we had any idea about. This is fascinating. This is incredible. We didn't know where his wealth came from. Now we're starting to understand everyone apparently needed him because no one really knows what they were doing. And the only person, the person who knew the most was Epstein. But how? Who taught him? Was he born with it? Let's get to the bottom of this. It's like he had the mind of an AI before the AI existed.
You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation?
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact,
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
And
in the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They wanted to know
what does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, it's just the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's right. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. They admit. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go, because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis, because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. People said, well, what caused it? They wrote on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you're talking.
What he's basically saying is that the collapse of the financial system in 2008 was so complicated, but when it comes to people, they're looking for a simple answer and they're looking for a simple thing to blame. And because most people are too slow and too simple to understand the complexities of a system, they had to give it something. So they use a word called derivatives that other people don't really understand. And that's what they used to put on the death certificate of the financial system at the time. Even though it wasn't necessarily caused by derivatives, the majority of it was caused, he said, by Bill Clinton threatening the banks to forcing them to give out subprime loans to, they specifically say, mainly Black and Hispanic Americans who historically had a poor history of paying back loans. Now, from what I remember, because I'll be honest, I was caught up in the 2008 financial crisis. I was barely, 20 something. Barely, I was deep. I owned tons of properties from Los Angeles to Michigan. I was in way too deep when the market collapsed. The market started collapsing in 2007, and it finally went under in 2008, like early 2008. And the reason I say it collapsed is because I remember buying a bunch of houses that I was supposed to flip. $1 million properties, expensive properties in different parts of Michigan. And then I remember the auto industry, all the auto plants had shut down. They started outsourcing the jobs to other countries, and the recession hit Michigan first. And I was there in Oakland County, Michigan. So when it hit Michigan first, people started getting laid off. It spread to the rest of the country after. So I had a bunch of beautiful homes. I had these homes under contracts to sell. All of a sudden, nobody could get approved and close escrow. So now I'm stuck with these homes. I remember at one time, I had a monthly with all my houses. It came out to like $140,000 per month in mortgages that I had to pay. And don't get me wrong, the way I was, doing it, I had a lot of money because I was playing this game. But even with $1 million, with $150,000 a month in expenses, before you start going belly up, how many months are you really buying yourself? I barely had 9 months, 8 months of reserves, basically. People are like, oh man, if I had that much money, $1 million is not a lot of money. You can literally, depending on how much your expenses are every month. And at the time, my credit was everything. So I had no idea how you could repair credit, fix credit. I thought it was just one and done. So I was paying all these mortgages. I only had a couple of renters in some of the properties because remember, I was supposed to sell them. And every time I had someone about to close escrow, the lenders stopped lending money and they started shutting down. And I got stuck. So I remember this. And I remember a lot of these. I was in subprime as well. A lot of people were. And the only reason they were giving us all these subprime loans that they probably shouldn't have, especially to other people, was because Bill Clinton threatened to have these lenders investigated for discrimination if they didn't do it. And that's what Epstein brings up. And even though that's his partner, that's his man, 100 grand, Epstein just is honest and says, yeah, Bill Clinton was the reason why we went through that financial collapse with all those homes back in 2008. So I'm going to let him talk about it. I had to speak about it because I did hear this part of the video.
To Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
JP Morgan.
That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you?
Yeah, Trump is mentioned a lot, Robert, but what does that mean? How many of those people that mentioned Trump, how many of them got a rape kit the next morning? How many of them have some DNA of Trump that was found inside them or on their clothing? How many of those people that were survivors who lived to tell the tale, how many of them went to the police? How many of them can prove or substantiate any of their claims? A person being mentioned in a story or in some documents is not proof. And there were a lot of other people that were mentioned in that. Famously, if we're talking about sodomy, that was decriminalized in California and nobody cares. Nobody cares about it being actually the law of the land and it's being a policy by Democrats. Everyone's just overly obsessed with this whole Trump thing, but they don't really care about kids or anything like that. It's just about Trump. So are you really genuinely concerned about the children or are you concerned about Trump? Because you're going to have a different view based on your goals. So, I mean, I'd want you to think about that.
You understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse. Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually had to you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the.
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in
the phones were outside the cell
in Palm Beach County, California,
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington D.C. to talk to some deputy's secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not. The night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach, but I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one. And he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And then, unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place?
I've never heard any financial specialist speak about the financial industry as a whole the way Jeffrey Epstein is speaking about it. I've never heard anyone describe the financial markets and compare it to the human body. Basically he's saying, if you're holding your chest, you can't breathe, you're bleeding from your arm, but you could also have an aneurysm in your leg that's traveling. Which part do I have to address first to mitigate the damage, and then I can get to everything else? Looking at the financial system the way you would look at the body system, but then also there's so much we don't understand about the human body, but there are specialists, doctors, podiatrists, people that the ENTs, ear, nose, and throat. There's a brain surgeon. There's somebody who can tell you about your joints, your knees, your back, all these different specialists. No one person understands everything. And nobody wants to admit that. That's my issue with credentials and specialties. They don't really necessarily know what they're talking about in practice. Why is it that everybody was listening to Epstein back in 2008 and nobody else knew how to stop the collapse? Why is he the only person speaking about the financial system in this way? This is a completely new way to study, or basically this is a whole new form of education for the financial system that needs to be studied. I'm trying to figure out, how did he figure this out? And again, he's a part of all these different groups, but is that what makes people elite? The fact that they're able to think at a higher level than most people? Is it because the average American is on the spectrum due to vaccine damage since the 70s and 80s? The IQs have been dropping systematically in the country. They correlate with the increase of vaccinations, and those are unknown substances. We don't know what's in those vials, but we do know it does affect the human brain. It just seems like people are getting dumber. We know less and less. And the one guy that seems like he was just like a diamond in the rough or some kind of anomaly, they demonize him to the point where This video is 7 years old, and we've never listened to it. But then again, those Hitler speeches are almost 100 years old, and we're barely in the United States being allowed to listen to them. I've listened to them because I used to live in Germany and I speak German, but a lot of people have not. When I say this is not just fascinating, this is enlightening, listening to this man, and he's not talking about women or getting laid or doing anything creepy. He actually speaks about other people being creepy and have women having a sixth sense. And it's like, why would a person who's the devil himself, who apparently hates women, talk like that? I'm telling you, they did not want people like me to do an analysis of this video, listen to him, break down his words, listen to his tone, because that's another thing you can tell about people. They have a tone. There's something called a tone scale. This man is communicating at a very clear level that is easy for people to digest, and it's not off-putting at all. This is, like I said, this is not just interesting, this is just fascinating listening to him.
Your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
system. Forget about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pumping that blood, keep that heart pumping.
When you talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment.
What he's basically saying is that this was everyone's first financial collapse. So no one knew what to do. People who you thought were specialists were in the dark because of a lack of experience. They were basically pretending to be all-knowing when it comes to this financial markets. But when shit hit the fan, no one knew anything. And they were listening to the man that's in jail, trying to help them figure it out. Basically, it was all smoke and mirrors. People had basically, it's like a scam. Some people become really well-to-do and rich off of pyramid schemes and scams or whatever. People see that they've elevated and that they've made money, and they assume that money means that they're clever or they're smart. They don't even want to consider that some of these people are just a polished up criminal. And a lot of those people end up going to jail, but they don't, but a lot of people assume that these people are smart or know what they're doing just because they've made money. That's not what that means. You can literally rob a jewelry store, and what if you accidentally get away and you're able to sell the jewelry and you have capital? People would think that you were smart because you made money, but really you just stole it. It's not like you came up with something that was able to generate money and you packaged it and you sold it and you built a business. It was a come up. It was a quick hustle. A lot of the people that he's referring to are people that had no idea that what they were doing. Bannon's saying, well, did you think that somebody was going to be on top of it? Who was going to be on top of what? No one knew what they were looking at. Maybe if you think about it, it's like you're looking at a person that just got shot. I need to figure out how to stop the bleeding before I figure out what shoes you're going to put on after. But these people have no idea how to stop the bleeding, but they're looking at the shoes, they're looking at your haircut, you're bleeding internally, and nobody has any surgical experience when it comes to these kind of financial markets. Because again, when a doctor is looking at a patient and watching them die, you cross your fingers and hope that the doctors might have seen this before and they know what to do. Unfortunately, if you're the first patient your doctor's ever seen going through something, you're cooked. So, I mean, I don't know why. I'm understanding exactly what Epstein is laying down. This is crazy. I get what he's saying. And Bannon seems like he's, just gung-ho about basically attacking this guy instead of learning from him. And I don't want to see Epstein basically trying to on the defense. I want to just see him open up and talk to us. We need to know this information. This is important. This is our history right here in the United States.
To try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run up to the September crash of 2008,
yeah,
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
I went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When you say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do anything.
Someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's like Woody Allen said. You can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
The way he doubles down on his boy Bill, I'm like, I don't know if he's just being honest or if he has an axe to grind, because I'm wondering, could he have just not said Bill Clinton named and then just described what happened? And then we would have just figured out on our own. I mean, because he's like being specific right now, throwing his boy under the bus, which is surprising to me.
Why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically,
it's always about votes. Gavin Newsom wanted the black vote, so what he did was he decriminalized theft and shoplifting up to $1,000 or whatever or more. He wanted the gay votes, so they decriminalized sodomy with children who are underage. You don't have to register on a sex offenders list. If you wanted the vote from illegals that shouldn't be voting in the first place, offer them sanctuary. Everything we've ever seen in this country go wrong was just an overzealous politician trying to get more votes. Bill Clinton trying to get votes for the Democrats led to the financial crisis, where basically it just sank all of us property owners back then because the whole subprime market collapsed. But it should have never been built up like that in the first place. All the safeguards were removed. And like he's going to explain right now, Bill Clinton threatened lenders to force them to give out these risky loans, and Fannie Mac and Freddie Mae and all that. He's going to talk about it some more, but it's just crazy how he just threw Bill Clinton directly under the bus.
The values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys, in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before. I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault. It's not Bill Clinton's fault. But if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money. I'm a bank. And I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, it sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime.
Basically, subprime was another term for a person who would 99% of the time not be considered credit worthy to receive a home loan. They didn't make enough. They didn't have enough credit history. They didn't have enough taxes. I remember back then, they wouldn't even, I was only like 20, 21 years old. They didn't care that I didn't have my tax returns. They would let you use something called a CPA letter. And you could go with stated income, meaning I could just make up a number and say, yeah, I make, $1 million a day. So I make, $365 million a year. And all I had to do was find an accountant somewhere in the ether that I could pay that would literally write me up a letter that says, hey, I'm his accountant. And even though I don't have his bank statements or any proof that he makes this kind of money, I'm writing a letter as his CPA, basically confirming that what he stated that he makes a year is what he really makes. And they would take that as a proof of income back in 06, 07, 08. And that's how people were getting approved for subprime loans that you did not need to, that you have never otherwise qualified for. And when I tell you, I bought homes everywhere and I made good money doing it because of how I did it. And I did it differently than, and one of my friends went to high school with, he kind of showed me, he bought one house. I was like, well, why'd you stop at one? Keep going. Everybody got scared. I was like, look, I don't have the spirit of fear. I'm going to keep going. He's literally breaking down what led to the financial crisis, and no one's ever explained it this way. Never heard this story. No one ever brought up Clinton. No one ever wants to blame the Democrats. Everyone wants to feel like they're trying to help. What do they tell you? The path to hell is always paved with what? Good intentions. So this is crazy. We need to, I know they're saying he's dead, but we need to find everything else that he's ever made and dig it up and listen to it and take notes, just like I'm doing right now with this long video.
That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers.
This is insane. Now, it doesn't take much foresight to realize this was not going to last long. But did Clinton and the administration back then, did they give a damn? No, they didn't. They just wanted enough votes to get in their guy, which right after that was Barack Obama, 2008. They wanted enough votes to get you in by pretending they were doing something for you. Now everybody started losing their homes after everything, and everything collapsed after Obama became president. But the collapse began during Clinton because of what he had already put in place. Going down memory lane and listening to this history, again, it's fascinating. This guy knows what he's talking about. He's articulate, and he still isn't talking about, sex with girls and kids. And I mean, he just seems extremely calculated. So I know he's behind Bitcoin, and I know he's behind the vaccine. I just want to know how he got there. Now, I understand the vaccine. I understand saving the global economy by 30-something% by getting rid of one group. That's what the whole depopulation, that's all numbers. It's all calculations. I only know this because I'm a calculated person. All I see is numbers. I did the math. I came up with the same calculation. I just, unless I'm, 50 years older than I am now, I just wouldn't have the resources to enact what it would take to reduce those numbers. These guys did. Now it seems like him and Bill Gates maybe had an issue, and it seems like Bill Gates stabbed him in the back and took his research. Or did Epstein just give Bill Gates the research and he, went off to do other things? This man is more important than Bill Gates, alive. That's why he's not dead. He's not dead at all.
In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets. But now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the issue.
What do you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply-demand problem. You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get to people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way We've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night.
For those of you who might not have ever heard of it, I'll bring it up. Arthur, what is GAAP accounting? GAAP accounting. Can you explain that term to us, please?
GAAP stands for Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. It's essentially the standardized framework of accounting rules, guidelines, and procedures used in the US to ensure financial statements are consistent, comparable, and transparent. It covers areas like revenue recognition, balance sheet item classification, and materiality. Public companies in the US are required to follow GAAP to give investors a standardized basis for evaluating financial performance.
How does this pertain to the crash of 2008?
In the 2008 financial crisis, GAAP played a key role in how financial institutions reported their assets, liabilities, and losses. For example, GAP's fair value or mark-to-market accounting required firms to value certain assets like mortgage-backed securities at their current market price. During the crisis, when markets froze and asset prices plummeted, this amplified reported losses, eroding confidence. Some argue that GAAP transparency helped reveal the depth of the problem, while others suggest mark-to-market rules worsened the panic. In either case, GAAP dictated how the financial reality was presented to stakeholders.
So, are you basically saying that the transparency in GAAP is what caused the sell-off because people had lost confidence in the market?
I wouldn't say GAAP itself caused the sell-off. The root causes were structural risks like bad lending and excessive leverage.
Of course.
However, GAP's transparency, especially mark-to-market rules, forced firms to show steep asset devaluations in real time.
Let me ask you a question. If there wasn't GAAP transparency, how much further down the line could we have pushed the collapse from 2008? How many more years could we, if we could have just hid the losses so that the investors wouldn't have, wanted to do a sell-off and they wouldn't have lost confidence? How much further could we have delayed the inevitable in your calculation?
Counterfactuals are tricky, but if losses had been masked, it might have delayed the reckoning by a few quarters to a couple of years, until defaults or liquidity needs forced acknowledgement. But delaying would likely have compounded systemic risk. In reality, transparency forces markets to adjust sooner, even if that's painful. Prolonging hidden weaknesses might have made a later collapse even more severe. In short, postponement, perhaps briefly. Prevention, not likely.
Okay, well then how does the balloon payments for these mortgages, there were people that had a subprime mortgage that was $2,100 a month, and then they wake up one day and their mortgage had ballooned. Now their monthly mortgage is $4,700 a month, and then all the years they've had that property and the money they've put in, then they're not able to make the payment, and then they go into foreclosure. That right there was how a lot of people lost their properties too. How did that fit in with the 2008 as well with the GAAP?
Ballooning payments were tied to the structure of subprime loans. Many were adjustable rate mortgages with low initial teaser rates that later reset to much higher amounts. When these resets hit, many borrowers couldn't afford the spike, triggering defaults. GAAP, in this context, required financial institutions to account for rising delinquencies and expected losses. As foreclosures mounted, institutions had to recognize the deteriorating value of mortgage-backed securities. In short, GAAP didn't create those bad loans, but it ensured the eventual losses couldn't be hidden once defaults kicked in.
So was there ever a way to get around the whole GAAP disclosures at all?
No, not legally or ethically. Public companies, financial institutions, and auditors are bound to follow GAAP for transparency. Attempts to hide or circumvent disclosures would be considered fraud. That said, prior to the crisis, some instruments were opaque and off-balance sheet vehicles were used to shift risk. but regulators tighten standards. In the long run, transparent accounting is critical to avoid systemic collapse.
You know, is it me or does everything in this country just basically run off of different types of scams? Whether it's scams with the illegals, scams with America, it's like this whole huge country, this whole rich nation, everything's like just a different layer of scamming. It's crazy. I thank you, Arthur. I wanted to ask these questions of the AI because I know there are some people in the chat that were curious. I wanted to bring that up. But let's get back to Epstein. And yes, he is still alive, in my opinion, also.
When we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. So it makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990. This person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous? Understanding Bill Clinton and all this. Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw the black.
Wait. So he changed his glasses and his shirt. This is all the same interview on the same day. But the man brought a change of clothes. The dude is clever. I don't know why. I like this guy, how clever he is. I know I'm supposed to hate him, but I don't know him. And people want me to hate Putin until I listened to the Tucker interview. But I had questions before then. He didn't seem incompetent or psychotic to me. He just seemed like a man that wanted to protect his country. People said the same thing about Trump to me until I listened to Trump. And then I was like, wait a minute, I actually like what he's saying. He makes sense. And there's no proof of any of the other things they claim. People tell me every day he's a racist. When I ask them for proof, they do mental gymnastics. They bring up the fact that he listened to the police when it came to the Central Park 5. How the hell does that make him racist? I believe that they did it too. I literally still to this day think that those guys had something to do with it. I don't believe they were just innocent guys walking through the park. Bro, I don't believe any of that shit. I see too much body cam footage. I know what they're up to. I don't want to hear it. So now I'm starting to get the same vibes when it comes to this whole Epstein situation. Why can't we talk to Ghislaine Maxwell? Why can't she do interviews? He's alive. I mean, he's alive, but even before he was dead, why was there so much cloak and dagger? You couldn't speak to him. So now people who are known liars in the media, I got to basically just take their word for it. Like I used to take Don Lemon's word for everything to think about Trump. Look how stupid that made me. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm getting to know people individually. I'm telling you, I'm the mustache man. Until I lived in Germany, I didn't. And then before I learned German, I didn't understand and listen to his speeches and what he was saying. Everything's changed. Everything's changed. What if we are the bad guys? What if everything that people are telling us on this side is the lie and we're on the wrong? Until you're able to freely listen to every side and make a decision for yourself, you're just never going to know. So again, I'm fascinated by this guy, and that's why we're going to just keep going, listening to him together and see where this takes us.
Are you okay with the? Yeah, great. I think we're going to have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Yeah. Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
It's the word I can beat it to death. Is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. I don't. It was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having the heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money and they don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts. It's all everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again, okay. You had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like in the 70s there was a...
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
Do me a favor, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, like the video. This is getting really, really interesting. We're going through it together. We're going to discuss more of it at the end. I wish Bannon would have talked to him more about the charges he was in jail for, but that just seems like a small blip. There's much more to him than that. So let's keep going.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
That's a fact.
Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right?
If he's the smartest guy in the room, admittedly, then why don't you listen to him, Steve? Don't get me wrong. I appreciate Steve Bannon's tenacity. He took it on the chin. He even went to jail for a few days, standing on his principles with Trump. But I just hate that sometimes some people, even if you like them, they become older and they're stubborn in their ways, and they just won't let you talk. They want to fight. They want to be combative. They're looking for a gotcha moment. Let the man speak. He's trying to talk, and we need to hear what he has to say, and we're way in the future. Please, Steve, shut the hell up.
You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now.
So apparently this is the top financial specialist that speaks English in the Western Hemisphere out of all Western nations. So Epstein is much more than just some child sex trafficker. He's a theologian. He's a scientist. He's a mathematician. He is a theoretical physicist. The man is way more than just some guy humping people on an island. And I'm starting to think that a lot of that stuff was exaggerated to cover up whatever else they were doing. I understand the science they were doing. No one wants to talk about the science and the sciences. Everyone just wants to talk about Trump and like some politicians. They brought up George Clooney, Jay-Z, all these other people today, but no one's asking about the scientists and what was the work they were doing in these colleges and on that island. And why were they experimenting on those kids from Haiti and the Caribbean, the orphans? No one's even bringing that up. No one's bringing up that they were experimenting on black kids, and Fauci was also experimenting on the black kids. And RFK Jr. brings it up, and no one gives a shit. They just keep wanting to imagine Trump doing all this freaky stuff. Why are you guys so obsessed with Trump? There's way more going on. A lot more. The Trump stuff's not even proven. This other stuff, there's actual proof of it. So this is we have to go through this. We got to keep diving. We got to keep going.
Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Please, we're going to keep doing this analysis. I do need everybody to like the video and push me into the algorithm. I really do appreciate it. Also like the channel, because I'm going to need your feedback. I do these esoteric deep dives into these different topics. I need you guys here. We're gonna watch all this from a right-wing perspective, obviously. Again, everyone keeps talking about Trump. No one's showing me any proof. All these escapades with all these rich people, and no one had a little bit of foresight to think maybe I should go to a hospital and get a rape kit. No one thought to go get some physical evidence. Even Monica Lewinsky kept that blue dress that Clinton spooged on, and she was able to use that as proof that she had an interaction with them. So these other people, why didn't they do the same if it was against their will, or were they just paid people who were there? And if you were compensated and you were there willingly, how are you a victim years later? Like that's the thing. A lot of these questions are going to come up. They're tough questions. I don't just blindly believe anyone. I need to see proof. I've been fooled too many times in my life. People told me to believe in a virus years ago. I famously asked for evidence that it existed, and everybody else put on a mask, told me I was going to kill everyone's grandmothers, and they took experimental injections that's now giving everyone cancer and heart attacks. So I was right there to ask questions. I'm asking questions now. People are going to get mad. You should not fall for it. If they're telling you this stuff about Trump, ask for the proof. Where's the rape kits? He's doing all this crazy stuff to all these different people. Where's the proof? They said the same thing about Diddy. We go to trial. There's no proof. There's no kids. The dude's not even gay. I'm thinking this man's a raging homo, harming animals and newborns. And I was wrong about and you're likely wrong about Trump. If they can't provide you with the evidence, then emails and words are not proof of anything. Okay, we're going to need to ask for that. But why do they not want you to watch these videos? This video is 7 years old. Why is it barely coming out now? Steve Bannon is on this video. This should have been on Rumble. This whole video should have been uploaded to the internet years ago. Why did it take so long? I'm having an issue with that. Why is everybody only worried about the Trump in those Epstein files? They're not worried about nothing else? There's something going on here. We have to figure this out. The only way we're going to do that is together. Like the video, subscribe to my channel. I really do appreciate you guys all being here, wherever you're watching it from. If you can, come to YouTube. I appreciate it. Right Wing Rico.
Good. We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90, implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet 2000, 10 years later, roughly. And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
and not a financial.
I agree with you, a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Okay. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital.
I love how he gave a direct answer. He said yes. He's like, you're sounding like somebody who's basically you're saying, you know, on this is my birth month, and every month on this year people are going to behave a certain way. Basically, astrologist. Every 10 years you're seeing a pattern. So you're saying financial markets only last 10 years, and every year's no matter what they're going, there's nothing to do with another. It's just basically every 10 years. It's like on a clock, and there is no pattern there. I'm glad Epstein cleared that up for Bannon. But again, Bannon is not the smartest guy in the room, so why is he even making these suggestions? We should be listening.
That had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small, and it was a $5 billion or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, and the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, the local, you're correct. The audience that's watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because it's
an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system. You have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is.
And Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang on. No, hang. I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't.
Yes.
Okay. Since we can't name another guy that's as good as you, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I am.
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yeah,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem. Okay. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop.
He's saying that he's the smartest person when it comes to the financial system, and he doesn't even understand it. So what that means is that it's all a bunch of bullshit. There's nothing really to specialize and understand. It's all just a lot of funny money. It's all a lot of fake numbers, fake evaluations, fake appraisals, fake evaluations. Just basically, it's all just made up into the ether. Just like on Wolf of Wall Street when Matthew McConaughey this is into the ether. And that's why it's hard to understand, because it's not based in anything in reality. What he said earlier was that you can make a lot of money if you know your local economy, you're doing your local, you're working with your local currencies. But if you're trying to do it on a global scale, it's basically like the human body. You can only specialize in one or two things. You're never going to know everything. And even when you think you know everything, you're still just practicing. Nobody actually knows, because it's all just made up. The same way he says we don't understand how the AI is generating these answers, because the person who designed it doesn't even know how it's working. And I guess the same thing's happening with this financial system. Even the people that designed it, or the people who inherited it once it was designed, they don't even understand it. The people at the Federal Reserve don't understand it. So how can we? And that's why it seems like we're all doomed to fail as the public.
You cannot sit here and tell me. No. What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand. No one understands it. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. In complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So even
no, in fact, you would ask the question. It's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
So basically, he's admitting that as long as you are better with words and you're more and you have a larger vocabulary, you can always get over on people, and you can pretend that you're more valuable than you really are, just because you understand things and you're able to make it seem so complicated that they feel that the only person they can trust to discern what's happening is you, because you're the only person that understands what you're saying, because they don't. And they kind of need you to dumb it down for them. So you can always get ahead and get over and pretend that you know stuff that you don't if you're just more proficient in English. That's why assimilation is important, and also practice. You know, your kids have to practice speaking to people. It helps in the long run to be professional. You can always do better because people will depend on you. Epstein is good at what he does. I can understand why dumb people who people think are smart, they used to go to Epstein so that they can figure out what to say to others so that they can still seem smart. And that's what they used to pay him for. They would pay him so they can know what to say to other people. And as long as he's not in the room, people would go to them instead of coming to Epstein directly. I'm starting to understand how this all works.
Okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit. Would you not agree with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
Yeah. So flip over your phone too, because
yes. Yeah.
So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah.
What the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
Which one has senior?
KSA.
Yeah, he's a school teacher that excelled without any formal education, and he had an office in the prestigious universities that you would literally sell your soul to get into. What that means is that he was able to make a way out of no way. He went around and he came to a fork in the road and he went straight. And you're still trying to figure out if you're going to go left or right. He passed you. But so basically he figured out a faster way to get to where your goals are and how to get there. And we don't know his agenda. We don't know the elites. We don't know. All we know is what the fucking media is telling us. How many times has the media lied to you today alone? We don't know anything. And they want to discourage us from hearing all of this from the horse's mouth. Do you see how dangerous this is? Imagine what you thought about Trump until you went and listened to him yourself. Imagine what you thought about Hitler until they translated those speeches and you were able to listen to him yourself. The same thing's happening right now. Before Tucker Carlson did that interview with Putin, what did you think about him? You have to hear think about your parents. What did you think about your dad until you heard his side of the story? All you knew is what your mom said. Then you find out your mom's just another crazy girl that if we had social media back then, you'd be so embarrassed to see the shit she was up to in her 20s. You have to listen to everybody's side. We cannot just take Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon's word for anything. Why are you listening to Joy Reid? Why are you listening to all these gay people tell you what to think about the world and different people in it? Why are you believing all these stories without seeing any proof? They told me Ghislaine Maxwell was a human trafficker. They never told me who were her clients. Well, then who's she traffic anybody to? Well, if there was nobody she trafficked to, then how did she traffic anyone? It doesn't hold water. It only holds water if you close your eyes and you drift off into the imaginary world of nothing. Nothing. What is education? What? You have proof that you can sit in school for 1,000 years, pay a bunch of money without a return, and then when you get out, you can't even get hired somewhere that'll pay you enough to pay off your student loan. That's what you consider an education? I would think that you were wrong. I doubt you understand what's going on at all. Epstein was with Mossad and built in blackmail library that forced all the billionaires and politicians into madness that we are today. Okay, what were they trying to get the billionaires and politicians to do? Let's be more specific, and no one ever wants to talk about it. If that's the case, then what was the goal? If you know so much, then tell me what was the goal. What do they want the billionaires and politicians to do? What does Mossad want them to do? What's the goal? Now that they're moving into the U.S. and autocracy to not be held accountable, they don't care about us. It's no one's job to care about us besides our parents and yourself. And and then if we're men, no one cares about men anyway. You got to care about yourself. There is no parent. There's no big brother. There's no daddy government that is supposed to care about you. We got to bring things into perspective, and we got to get out of that way of thinking. You're retarded from South and can't make this up, black. What do you? Oh man, you're one of those fucking idiot black people that talk all that black. Bro, get out of here with that race stuff. Go to hell. Nobody cares about your inferiority complex. We're talking about Epstein right now. And assist. Oh, good Lord. Raw chicken, devil's white. Oh my God. This guy's chimping out right now. I don't want to block him, but Jesus. Go drink some I don't know. What do you guys drink? I don't know, grape soda and go to hell. The way you break this down is super necessary. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ruben. Thank you. Pay him to learn to speak. I guess so. That guy had a long life. We only get to see the tailored perspective of his last few years of his life. He partied with world leaders from every corner of the world. Absolute, bro. This guy had so much experience with leaders from different countries who spoke different languages. Obviously, you can tell he's a Jewish guy from New York by his cadence, his accent, but he was much more than that. It seems like he was a teacher, and then somebody discovered he had a gift with numbers, and he had something about him. And they basically, maybe he was a savant in a way, and he was able to see numbers. Kind of like if you met somebody and you just found out that they had a gift for guessing the lotto numbers, he'd kind of be like the golden goose, and you would want to whisk him away, dress him up, and you would show him off to different people, and different people would have different uses for that golden goose. And then he came up with Bitcoin. If we found out the source of Bitcoin was Epstein and he came up with this whole formula and all of Bitcoin, what did that guy say? If we found out the truth of where Bitcoin came from, it would go to zero. I never understood that until now. People have been trained to hate Epstein so much without any proof of anything he did wrong. Yeah, he was convicted of crimes of what was it, with an underage kid or something. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's not make up things. Hey, Arthur, can you tell us about Jeffrey Epstein's conviction back in 2007, 2008? What he went to jail for? What was he in jail for? What was his conviction for?
In 2008, Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in Florida on state charges. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts, soliciting prostitution and procuring a person under 18 for prostitution. As part of a controversial plea deal, he served about 13 months in a county jail, with work release privileges. This conviction predated his later federal charges.
Can you tell us more about that? Procuring a person under 18 for prostitution. Can you give us the details, and what does that mean? And is that normal for a 13-month county jail sentence for those 2 charges in Florida?
Procuring a person under 18 for prostitution means facilitating or arranging for a minor to engage in commercial sex acts. In Epstein's case, he was accused of paying underage girls for sexual massages, which falls under that legal classification. The sentence, 13 months in county jail with work release, was widely criticized. Under normal circumstances, a charge involving a minor could lead to more severe penalties. However, his plea deal, negotiated with federal prosecutors, was unusually lenient and controversial.
Interesting. So he was paying underage girls for sexual massages. Okay. Yeah, that's bad. But it's definitely not him eating human children and all this other craziness that we're hearing about in these files, or what people want us to think about full time. It's just like everybody I'm watching on the internet is literally just having all these sick fantasies of Trump with all this. I'm like, why are you guys imagining that? Why not just go based off of what you can prove? Why are you guys projecting and making up all this extra stuff? And this doesn't make any sense to me. That guy did have a long life. Are you saying Hitler was okay, Putin? Yes, I am. This was propaganda video made by Bannon to clean up his image after he had been in jail for pedophilia. I'll be honest with you, it doesn't seem like Bannon is going easy on him. Bannon actually was being an asshole to him. He's very aggressive with Epstein, and Epstein still kept a very calm demeanor. He didn't take offense to it, probably because he saw Bannon as being intellectually inferior. So, and when you're someone who looks at people like that, it's hard for someone who's dumb to insult you. It's like me being upset because some blue-haired liberal with a septum makes some disparaging comments about me on the internet. I would smile, I would laugh, but I wouldn't care because they're in no position to insult me. So that's what could have been, that could explain Epstein's demeanor with Bannon, but it didn't seem like Bannon was trying to do him any favors. I mean, they're really just talking about the world. They're not even talking about, oh yeah, what do you like to do in your spare time? Do you like saving animals, or do you go spelunking? It's not like they were just giving them softball questions. I mean, it's not like they're treating them like they treated Kamala and Biden, right? He was indeed at Harvard because of William Barr's Dow. Yes, he was. They said William Barr. They called William Barr the cover-up king. So if the fake death thing was covered up by Barr, then this man's long gone. And if he covered it up well enough before he left his position, there's not going to be a paper trail. You really need to read up more. Okay, well, yeah, I'm open. If you have anything you want to suggest, please leave a comment. I appreciate you being here. I'm not necessarily trying to win a popularity contest. I'm just here to have discussions. So please type me, and I'll read your comments. I don't mind what you're saying. I just think that we can't just keep assuming we understand these people, because right now this is history. Jeffrey Epstein's interview with Steve Bannon is history. Hitler's speeches are history. Putin's speeches are history. They removed everything about Putin. They even took down Russia today. We have no idea what Putin is saying or how the Russian people are looking at the war in Ukraine. They won't let us hear it. Why? It's like they want to control what you think, because they know if you hear what the other side says and you have to make a decision, you might agree more with them. They did the same thing to me when it came to Trump. It wasn't until I went around the media and started listening to Trump on my own, which is now how I got into this space to begin with. I'm nervous, and that goes for everything. I'm not just taking anyone's word for what to believe about anyone anymore. My ex-girlfriend tried to get me to do that. I don't listen to her. I don't listen to anybody. I go and I look at things for myself. So I'm sorry if I won't just take your word for it. You're going to have to show me something. Pause. Not like that, but let's see here. You're skipping so much. Babies, the D girls, the Prince killing DNA. Oh, no, I'm not. No, we haven't got there. We're not stopping. I'm a bore from South Africa. If I had to tell you my perspective, you'd realize that the whole thing Trump did here in South Africa by offering asylum to white farmers was him destabilizing South Africa for Israel. There could be two things can be true at the same time. I do know that one of my best friends is from South Africa. His name is Raj, and he's a refugee, and blacks in South Africa want to kill him and his family. So did Trump offer asylum to help get to save white farmers who were being targeted for murder? Absolutely. Is it also destabilizing South Africa so Israel can move in there? Probably so. What do you care? let South Africa be destabilized. They're trying to kill you. You're a Boer. Well, what, I mean, it should be to no consequence the fate of the South Africans at this point. They are literally trying to exterminate you and your people. Not saying that they don't have good reason to do so. I just think that genocide is bad from any side. I'm not going to, justify it. I don't think it's justified anywhere. Just like I don't like when they say they want to turn Palestine into a parking lot because of some rockets being fired. Everyone has a right to protect themselves. I don't believe in extermination. I do believe in mitigating damage. And yeah, we're doing the same thing with certain communities here in the United States due to the vaccine. Crime is going down because a lot of those people are dying. No one wants to talk about it, and the population is dropping. But in my opinion, I can understand why Epstein and these other elites came up with the vaccine to wipe out this particular group. I understand. I did the numbers. We're going to save the economy in the United States just from the fact that we can reduce our dependence on law enforcement alone once that population is decreased another 10%. Because right now that population went from 13% to 9%. It eventually will be 3%. The whole country will change because we won't have to rely on law enforcement to stop violent crime. That violent crime was sourced from illegals and from this other particular group. So not saying genocide makes sense, but you can understand where it comes from. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but I can understand what happened. As a stenographer, it's my job to keep track of all this and be honest with you guys and talk to you about what's happening. Again, I have no feelings about anything anyway. I can think about it and I can talk to you about it, but I don't feel one way or the other about it. I don't really have feelings like that, unfortunately for me. That makes me bad in relationships. But I'm good at poker and when it comes to having these kind of conversations. What are you saying about the accusers pointing the finger? They're asking for unredacted homes. I understand they want unredacted. However, nobody's stopping the accusers from telling their own story and providing their own evidence to the press. These people, if they were paid, that will come out and then you're not going to take them seriously. Even the people that were underage, if they were teenagers and not tiny children, but someone was putting them up to this, whether it was their parents and they were taking money from these people, you can't leave that part out. Okay. If your parents were the ones selling you to a sicko, the sicko's guilty, but you're going to have to incriminate your parents. So you can't just pick and choose who you want to blame for your situation. Everything has to come out. So is that why these accusers don't want to tell their whole story? Then we have to think about that as well. You point one finger, three more are pointing back at you. That's how it goes. So Sasha lied about everything. What about the Epstein emails talking about pizza? The FBI told us that Pizzagate is real, and they use code words to describe children, and they have different codes. Jeffrey Epstein is he's the head of it. All I'm asking for is physical evidence of any of these or videos, something. I've seen the videos of Prince Andrew. That's all come out with him and other girls. But I want to see the part where they're doing stuff that is just completely just shatters the idea of the world that we live in. They say there's a lot of sick stuff going on. Was it consensual? Were people involved? Were kids hurt? We need to know that, but we need to know it's true. We can't just let someone tell you some stuff and you just believe it. Somebody told me that Pokemon was real, and they wrote a whole book about different types of Pokemon that you can study, like a curriculum. Does that make it any more realistic because somebody wrote about it extensively and did cartoons? No, you're still going to need proof that these things are real. You can't just accept people's word for stuff because, for one thing, we've learned throughout life, all of us, including me, is that you can pay someone to say anything. You can pay people to lie. You can pay people to make up stuff. 30 years ago, they would say, 9 out of 10 doctors say that smoking is healthy for pregnant people, meaning that those doctors had credentials and they probably weren't making any money with their credential. They got student loans. You can pay those doctors to put their name on something to validate your lie. Your lie needs to be validated. They told us that 50 50 what is it called, intelligence agency members said that the Hunter Biden laptop was all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, and they were lying. You can't trust people with credentials and specialists. You got to look into everything for yourself. As of now, we just don't know. You're talking all off. What about the holes in the file? We're going over the file. We're going to do that together. Wasn't there land in the first place? You know what? Who knows? I mean, it depends on who bought it. That's who land it was. Excuse me. Blacks wanting to kill someone is everywhere. Yes, that's true. We can say the same about every race. No, you cannot. Racism is a construct. No, racism is a mental disorder. You have to be mentally ill to believe in it. Obviously, 90% of my friends are Black. Then you need to get better. You need to diversify your pool of friends. You're going to get yourself into a situation. They want us to hate each other. I wouldn't say that either. That's pretty much the Black agenda. Black people want you to hate everybody, hate yourself, hate your country, hate your president, hate your neighbors, hate your job. They're hateful. It's just a part of the culture. That's why it's called Black culture. It's darkness. It's evil. It's not based in lights. That's the opposite of light. Baby diapers, stained beds, they put it in our faces. There's no context behind that. We don't. And then who are they? We don't know. There are some sick people, the Podestas, the Anthony Weiner, and his wife, the Clintons. There's actual proof that these people were involved when it came to dealing with the orphans after the earthquakes. And when other people came up missing, there were investigations. There was a famous laptop that they found that belonged to the Clintons, and there are police records of them finding something on there and the cops committing suicide. These are all real things that happen. That's what I mean by evidence. It's not just words with these other things. These are actual. You can actually look it up. It's actual proof behind it. So that's all I'm saying. The same standard of proof that we require for everybody else, we're going to have to apply it here. As of now, there's no proof of Trump. There's words from people that hate him, but where's the rape kit that had the DNA from Trump? Or where's the t-shirt? Or where's any of the other stuff that they were saying, yeah, Trump did this. And just like Monica Lewinsky had the dress from Bill Clinton, we're going to need that from Trump too. And then I can turn on him. But until then, I haven't seen the evidence, and talk is cheap. And there are words in there. He's all over the Epstein files. What does that mean? Epstein hated him. But Epstein, it seems like he saw that there was a use for Trump, and he couldn't get Trump under his thumb. And he kept trying. And at one point, he was literally paying this Black lady from the Virgin Islands to spy in meetings and trying to inject Trump's name into stuff. We literally caught her. They have the phone records. That's what I mean by proof. We need the proof that Trump did something, because that's all everybody keeps talking about. But there's so much more to Jeffrey Epstein. There's so much more to the files. And everyone's just talking about freaky deaky Trump shit. Fuck Trump. There's way more stuff going on in there. There's not even no evidence about the Trump. Until the evidence about Trump comes out, we have physical evidence. Let's get back to that when we have the evidence. There's way more things that are being alleged in these files that we must address, and we need to be as diligent as we're looking for evidence against Trump. We need to be looking for the rest of the evidence against these other people. They have histories too. George Clooney's in them. So is Jay-Z and Pusha T. All these different people are in there. Everyone keeps calling me about Trump. That's that TDS, that Trump derangement syndrome. Trump is just a guy. He's the same as everybody else. Yeah, he's the president right now. But back then, he was just the guy that was in Home Alone and The Apprentice. He wasn't anybody too famous. Okay, these files are going back to the early 2000s. Some of them are going to the 90s. We got to think about it. I appreciate you, John Phelps. Yeah, please send me. I have a P.O. box in my bio. You can send me gifts. Thank you. Are we born gay? It just depends. Are you born believing in white supremacy? If you do, then yes, you're born gay. Can't pay 3 million files, bud. I don't know what that means, but we can definitely go through 3 million eventually. But it depends. Are they just all words, or is there any proof in those files that can verify any of the claims that are being made? I remember when doctors smoked in their offices years ago. Absolutely, I do too. Back to Jeffrey. I don't want to hog the show. No, it's okay. It's not hogging. Also remember when we used to smoke on airplanes. You know what? That's a little bit that's ahead of my time. I've heard about it. I do remember they used to weld shut the ashtrays. I do remember being on an airplane when I used to live in Europe. I remember an airplane that had those welded shut ashtrays. So that's how I know that's something that used to be a thing. Are we born mentally ill? It just depends on what you're taught to believe. It just depends. If you are born believing you're a victim, that is a sign of mental illness. No, black people don't. Dude, you are. Yes, they do. Huma Abedin is, yep, that's what we're talking about, Abedin as well. And then the spirit cooker and all those other weirdos. There's actually proof that they did a bunch of stuff with kids, and there's actually images and pictures. Everything else with Trump, you got to close your eyes and just imagine, and that's a problem. Let's see here. And she's married to Alex Soros, which is another. Soros is evil, so is evil. I believe his son is as well. Everything they dedicated their lives to destabilizing the United States, not because they hate the country, but it seems like it was just more of a challenge to them. They haven't been able to successfully do it all the way, and they use black people. Trump is the president. He's the best president we've ever had. He's the best president we're ever going to see in our lifetimes. Drew don't care about them. It's all about Trump. Absolutely. Somebody was talking about Trump today with sodomy. And I said, you know, they decriminalized sodomy with children in California back in 2019. So now you care about sodomizing kids because it's Trump. But when it became the law of the land in California, Senate Bill 145, you didn't care about that. But now you care about sodomy because it's Trump in 2026. But in the state you live in, they decriminalized the penalties where you don't even got to register on the sex offenders list no more. But now you choose to care because of Trump. That's why I don't take you people seriously. I don't. So look it up, fact check me and come back. Senate Bill 145, California. Senator Scott Wiener. Look him up. Look up his policy. Look up what that bill does. And then we can talk about Trump. Trump is the freaking president, the person who controls our country. Absolutely he is. But no, the president does not have absolute control over the country. That's why we have 3 branches of government. It's so that there is, he's no king, right? You ever saw the video of George Clooney and Barack Obama on the boat with the young girl? Yes, and that young girl is dead. She's gone. And George Clooney and Barack Obama on that boat with that girl peeking over the edge were some of the last images of her ever seen alive. Do you guys know what we're talking about when it comes to Obama and that young Chinese girl? Do you guys know that, or do you guys want me to show you the pictures and you guys can look it up and we can look up her name? If you guys want to take a second, we can do that together, or I'm going to go back to the Epstein video. I'm literally talking to you guys in the chat because this is stuff that I've been wanting to talk about all day long. I've just been really busy. I've been traveling, but now I'm back. That's why I've had these videos the last couple of days. But I really do need you guys to let me know what you guys want to talk about, and we can go for it. I know I saved the video. Yeah, they show us. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go. I think I do have it. Let's see here. Barack, Asian girl. He used to have this Asian girl he used to be hugged up with. Her. And she's dead now. This Asian girl right here that he used to be hugged up with, she's gone. She's been dead for years. So there's a video of an Asian girl that was hurt and raped on Epstein Island. Do you know they found her completely nude, taped to her legs and arms and everything? Yeah. Yeah. And they have those images of her being with Barack right here. And they were trying to say this was AI or Photoshop. This image is George Clooney and Barack Obama going to George Clooney's house. This is 15 years ago. There was no Photoshop. There wasn't editing. I've had these videos. I shared these videos. Let's see here. They posted from me. Let me see what year. You know, I got to look at these are all from years and years ago. This is all back from this is like 2014, 2013. This is a long time ago. The Barack, the Obamas used to hang out with this Asian girl all the time. And then she was found dead. And nobody talked about it because you can't criticize somebody black or you'll be called racist. The fact that we got rid of DEI and there is no more using racism or the threat of being called racist to control people and beat them. If they question things, now we can talk about things more openly, regardless of the race of the person. And now that's why this is all coming out. But there was this Asian girl. You need to look her up. You guys need to look her up and you can see for yourself. And this is her. I don't know. It says she looks dead, but remember, these images are from years and years ago. This isn't just made up. These are all things that are really happening. And it's been happening. You just couldn't question Barack because he's black, or you thought he was black. He's the first gay president. If you question him and you're not black, then you're considered a racist. Remember how scared you used to be called racist? Remember that? That fear is subsiding now. So now you're able to talk about anybody. Now America's great again because things are more on an even foot. It's getting better. 2018, no, this was way before that. Barack Obama's real dad was CIA. He was, and I believe his mother was as well. Or George Clooney's zipper was down also. Yeah. A lot of people will see these images, right? And they'll think that we're lying. And they'll think we're making it up. I know this because when I first saw these images, I said everybody was lying and they were just racist, evil white people making up all this stuff. And I was wrong. I found out I was wrong when I tried to prove them wrong. People are going to do the same, and they're going to come back here. They're going to follow the channel. They're going to like the video, and they're going to start looking into the rest of the stuff that we share. I do these videos. On average, I do about 4 or 5 videos a day. I'm shadow banned on some of my channels. Other ones, they just let me talk and we can, we have these discussions. So you guys following and liking the video and subscribing, it just helps push me into the algorithm and we can have these difficult conversations. Again, I'm not planning on winning any popularity contests. I'm only here to have these conversations that are uncomfortable. My other peers on YouTube, people don't know this, but YouTube gives you, they call inspirations. And it tells you what topics to talk about to make the most money. That's why you see so many people on YouTube basically talking about all the same topics all the time. Everything's TPUSA and Erica Kirk and this and dissect everything. I'm not here for the money. I'm actually here to have the conversations and to read the news. And there's way more going on than the news besides these few things that YouTube is telling you that you should talk about to make the most money. So that's why I'm here. And that's why we're watching these videos, we're watching these images. And people have been talking about it. This is for years. This is years. Yeah, for years. Years. All old videos. So when people ask, this is what they wanted to see. Yeah, it's not defense, it's facts. It's not fake news. Pizzagate is real. People said Pizzagate was fake news too. People said that the Epstein files were fake news. Unfortunately, Trump said it was fake news, and I can't respect it because when you get 3 million files dumped, whether they're fake or not, you can't say that you didn't know that they existed and then tell your supporters that that they're not really your supporters if they care to see this. I understand what Trump is saying is that this is a distraction. We have an agenda to save the country. Some things are more important than others. Why are people harping on this? There are other things that are more important, bigger fish to fry. I agree. But you can't just brush over this like this wasn't a campaign promise. We have to address it all. Yeah, you're right. A lot of things are fake and gay. Barry Soetoro is a renegade. Pizzagate is real. Yeah, you're right. Nelson Mandela didn't target white people. Oh, my God. Mandela necklace was never used to kill a single white. We don't know that. I don't know. I'm not South African. I don't give 2 shits about South Africa or South Africans. It's nothing to do with me. All that black, white bullshit. I'm being Latino. I don't care. It's nothing to do with me. You guys can have your pointless race war. Newsflash, the blacks lose. So you guys might as well just pick a new target or just separate. Go to separate lands and start your own separate society. If you can do it better than white people, don't live under their system. Start your own somewhere else and stay alive. But if you want to go to war, you're going to lose it. So, Rafik, you wouldn't know the truth if it hit you in the mouth. If Obama is guilty, put him in jail. You can't. I mean, he's untouchable. And put him in next to Trump. What would Trump be in jail for? What did Trump do? The felony that they tried to say he had at first, those are not the same kind of felonies that you have, different types of felonies. Yours are violent. Trump's, they tried to accuse him of basically mishandling paperwork, financial pay, which is bullshit. Jacoby, okay. Dude, we're telling you, Americans have been functioning. Let's see here. Americans need to get the fuck out of the rest of the world. Yeah, we do. I mean, so far I've lived in 7 different countries, speak 4 languages, 5, depending on who you ask. So I look at this country completely different. Since the lockdown, I realized America is special and it's the greatest country on earth. I used to never think this. I wasn't a patriot until I saw what these other countries who I thought were just as good as the United States. I saw what they did to my friends and relatives in other countries, and that boot that they shoved up their ass, they shoved it in their mouth afterwards while I was still living the good life here in the United States, driving around, having fun during lockdowns. That we live in Americans need to get the hell out of this bubble, and then they can understand that how privileged we really are over here. But let's talk a little bit about Epstein. Those are felony original exactly. Well, see, they were misdemeanors, and they can only be upgraded to a felony in furtherance of another crime. And when you ask that fat piece of shit chipmunk, what was his name up in there? Alvin Bragg. What was the other crime? He couldn't tell you what the other crime was because he's full of shit. And he's black. So there's definitely a pattern there. Come on, is it a secret? Letitia James, Fannie Willis, Alvin Bragg, and the rest of these fuckers. You think you don't see the pattern? I gotta point it out for you. Okay. Obviously there's something going on here. Let's not just glance over it. And because DEI is removed, now we can point out patterns again. You can never, pattern recognition isn't racism. Okay. Let's just get that out of the way. Yeah. If you're Jacoby Williams, if he is, well, then prove it. Where's the physical evidence or anywhere? Where's the proof? That's all we need. We need the proof, and then we'll join on board with you. And that's what you're saying. Yeah, that is true. That's what I'm saying. Trump is an Israel lapdog. I'll be honest. There are times where I think that you're right, Jacoby. And I hate that. I hate that for us all. I didn't know he was going to be an Israel lapdog, but did I think, but would I have voted for Kamala? No, because what are they any better? I've seen them fold, and I remember the Jews called Biden the greatest ally Israel's ever had too. So I can't trust the Democrats when it comes to that. Yes, those misdemeanors were bumped up just so they can go after Trump. Absolutely. Do me a favor. If you guys are hearing this conversation, and like, again, this is from a right-wing perspective. All my content is, I'm wearing a MAGA hat, of course, because I believe in the United States, but I'm not MEGA. There's no make Israel great, man. I don't care about Israel. We don't deal with them. And we got to keep our movement for us. We're not going to let Shapiro and Josh Hammer and the rest of the people that helped do that to Charlie Kirk, we're not going to let them overtake our movement and run us. That's not it. We're Americans. We fight. We're not going to just give up our stuff. That's not how this works. You know, we're bigger and stronger in stature than those people anyway. So we don't have to listen to them. It seems like Epstein heard my joke just now and he's laughing. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Sasha Riley wouldn't stick up Trump's ass. You know what? I wouldn't say that you're wrong. And Alvin Bragg is a George Soros funded DA, which is obvious. Trump is a Russian asset. What's your proof? What has he done for Russia? It doesn't seem like Russia's really benefiting from Trump, but the Americans are, because we're not dying. They're not killing us in the Ukraine, which is a huge benefit. And if Trump's a Russian asset, what would you want to do different? Do you want to go fight in the Ukraine? You can go against Trump and go to the Ukraine and go put on a uniform. You don't have to wait for us to go with you. If you hate Trump, then go fight Putin yourself. But we're not going to sacrifice brave American men and women to a pointless cause like getting destroyed by the Russian Federation. We don't have the military capability to fight them. They destroyed all of NATO, which is why we're not doing NATO no more. And Trump has a new peace board. And the Russians have paid $1 billion to be our partners. So there will be peace in the world. Remember, we couldn't have world peace with the UN and NATO because they extract money from their populations by pretending Russia's the boogeyman. But if Russia was on NATO and in the UN, it was on NATO and basically on the board of peace, then there is no war with them. We're all allies. So so Trump just ended those wars. Say thank you. Stop listening to CNN. I care about Israel because they help with us gathering intelligence. What intelligence have the Israelis helped us with? When our soldiers were being killed in Afghanistan and Iraq, we couldn't even airlift them to bases in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We had to fly them all the way to Germany, to Kaiserslautern in Frankfurt. So how's Israel and how are they an ally? An ally of what? What have they helped us with? Nothing. A bunch of lip service. I don't believe I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. The world would have been a better place without Fauci, Bill Gates, Obama, Warp Speed, Monsanto. Absolutely. And don't forget to add in there Kamala Harris. I do care. Okay, let's see here. Clarence Thomas. Yeah, I like Clarence. Great guy. Amazing man. Highly successful, articulate, smart. One of the best Supreme Court we have ever had in our history. And long live Clarence Thomas. Hopefully he stays alive and he keeps fighting for the United States of America. I hope he does. Russian delusion has been debunked. Absolutely. You can see the disdain in his face and voice of people that can't be bought. It seems more intelligent than him. Absolutely. And we're not doing the UN either. We're not. The UN is over. There is no more United Nations. It's just the Board of Peace. And the UN is already collapsing because that 215 billion that they get from us, every million they get from us every year. Trump said, you can shove it and suck it. We're not paying it. We're going to use it for our own Board of Peace. You guys can join on board with us. Because for one thing, we're paying into the UN, yet there are other nations who are not paying their fair share and they have equal say. That's over. You got to pay to play. Trump is making sure that you can only join our Board of Peace if you're paying, but it's still going to be ran by the Americans. So ultimately, that means that the United States will not be in the hands of the globalists who are using doom and gloom threats of cyber polygon and viruses and bullshit to keep us under control. There's no more World Economic Forum. There will be no more World Health Organization. Everything will collapse without the United States. The world order will be ran by the Americans as it should be. And if you're watching this and you're an American, you should be proud of that. Now, there's another country that you would like being in charge of the United States. I suggest you pack the fuck up and move there. Why are you here? Good luck with that debt because we're not paying it off anymore. Go on. Cheer on Trump's imperialism and authoritarianism. I don't think you know the definitions of either one of those words. You don't. You've never looked them up. You're just repeating what some gay kids said to you. You heard some gay people on CNN. You got to stop listening to the gays. They're not going to give you the great advice. Hey, man, brother, you're a great American. I try my best to be. Somebody was like, oh, you're this, you're that. I'm like, yeah, I'm Cuban, but I haven't been Cuban in years. I'm an American. So my agenda is America first because that equates to Americans first. I'm looking at all the benefits and the success we're having with the ICE raids. Being a California native, the rents are going down where we live. The murders have dropped by 60%. And a lot of my friends who were in gangs or on welfare are now being hired again. My black friends who historically complain about no one wants to hire us. Well, they can hire you because the requirement is you need to know how to speak Spanish. And obviously, as an American, you only speak one language. So you're not going to be able to compete in the workforce. So off to the welfare line you go. But now that's changing because the illegals are no longer there. Hopefully soon enough, you won't have to press one for English anymore. And my black friends are going back to work. Rents are going down, all because we're getting rid of the illegals. May they all go. And I'm going to help make sure they go. It's America first because it's Americans first. It's a such thing as supremacy, but it's an American supremacy. That means it's in favor of Americans. Everyone else with their own agendas are coming over here from other countries, running for office. That has to end. When I do these videos, I'm not necessarily here. Yes, I read the news so people can know my thoughts, but I'm also giving you guys my demo tape for when I decide where I'm going to run and where I'm going to live and where I'm going to run for, so you guys can know where I stand on these topics and who I am. And I'll let people petition for me to move wherever they need someone like me the most. I'm America first and America only. I have all my own stuff, so I'm not worried about, the financial part. I'm from Los Angeles. I've seen what it's like when you defund the police in favor of the people who want to riot, and I've seen them lie. They said they would police themselves, and the murder rate skyrocketed. Now that Trump sent in the National Guard, and ICE is getting rid of the illegals, the crime is going back down. But we've learned the hard way: never listen to left-leaning Democrats. They lie. and they'll destroy everything that you've spent, 100 years building. You just have to understand who your neighbors are. The good thing is there are things in place where they won't be our neighbors for much longer. So we can rejoice. America will be a conservative Christian nation once again very soon, thanks to the efforts of Jeffrey Epstein, Kamala Harris. I know you guys don't want to hear that. I'm not giving them credit. But if it wasn't for the vaccine, America could have never been great again. America is going to be great again because of what the vaccine was designed to do and who it was effective in. And you got to ask yourself, well, what was the intended effect if it was effective? See, I understand all these different things, which is why I can explain them to you. You might have missed it. But you got to go back through my other videos where I explain to you guys what's going on with that whole thing. And you'll wonder why you see so many of certain people dying every day on TV. America will be great again one way or the other. It just took some eggs to make this great American omelet that would have to be cracked. It's unfortunate, but we did the math and certain people had to be removed. Explain the mass layoffs of what, women? Their jobs were easily replaced by AI. The labor market, jobs that required physical labor, men, plumbing, HVAC, sewage, anything physical, well, those jobs are hiring. Yeah, we lost 300,000 women from the workforce, but we gained 900,000 jobs for men, and it's climbing every single day. We're now raiding construction sites and builders, and we're prosecuting restaurants that are using fake IDs to hire illegals under the table so that they can make extra money from using slave labor. Those jobs will be returned back to Americans one way or the other. So the mass layoffs are just for the jobs that were redundant because of AI. They hired a lot of people like women to hire management positions or glorified secretaries. We don't really need those. Those women would be better served in other professions or taking care of their families. Again, it will be a conservative Christian nation again, one way or the other. You don't like the system, you don't have to live under it. America needs to learn what happened in Europe. We're learning the hard way. I never got the vaccine. I'm proud of you. That means you're going to be here longer than everybody else. Subscribe to the channel. Me and you are going to just ride out the next X amount of years together. We're not going to have to worry about heart attacks and blood clots, aneurysms, and cancer like our peers who did take it. And I want to give a shout out to Scott Adams. I was supposed to do another video about him. He passed. It just hurt me because I really looked up to him. I liked him a lot. But he's one of the people that I knew was going to die because he took the shot. And I knew that there would be an opening in the space for me to fill. So that's why I'm here, because a lot of your favorite YouTubers and people that are personalities on the internet will be passing away this year. And we're going to need someone to fill in those gaps and come and have these conversations with you. So this is why I'm putting in my 2 cents, and I'm giving you the chance to follow me and, subscribe to my channel, because I'm here. I'm having these conversations every day. Not necessarily here to win a popularity contest. I'm a man. Most people don't like me anyway. You're only as good as a man for as much as you can do. And if you're not giving somebody money or letting them live with you for free, no one likes you anyway as a man. So I'm used to that. I don't need you guys necessarily to like me, but I do need you to participate in these conversations, because once we're done having them, I'm going to need you to go back to your families and friends and to bring them into reality so that they're not all thinking craziness and believing BS. So that's what I'm here for. What the fuck? Warp speed ahead, dude. Yeah, I'm here. Warp speed is not the creation of the vaccine. That vaccine was created long before warp speed. Epstein actually helped develop it on his island. That's what he was doing with those labs and those scientists. If you want to talk about the scientists, I can prove it to you, but we have other things we're going to talk about. The vaccine did not happen under Trump. It wasn't even distributed until Trump was out of the office. And Ricky McDowell, warehouse and plants are doing the most layoffs. That's not true. Don't get vaxxed. Well, Jacoby, he's vaxxed, so maybe he needs a booster. I love women, but damn, we had a couple on staff and it just created more work physically and mentally. Absolutely. And they can take anything as harassment, and then they could sue you, and then your company could go under if they don't have the right insurance. It's just a liability to even work around women, unfortunately. You never know. Or even women and black people, it's a roll of the dice every day when you come into work if they're going to sue you or not. So you got to mitigate those losses. That's why DEI is canceled. People are hiring these risky women and black people. They're firing them. And they can just go work in all women or all black owned businesses. And they can, that way they can feel more comfortable. But in diverse environments and in large corporations, it's just not a good fit. So that's why you're going to see those layoffs. It just, besides, they were only there to meet quotas because DEI required ESG. So to get a higher ESG score to qualify for loans from banks before Trump took back over, you had to have an elevated ESG score, but you needed DEI to reach that ESG. ESG stands for environmental social governance. So they would track how many trees you planted, how many women and handicapped and blacks you hired. And then they would, and basically how many whites you didn't hire would increase your ESG score. So to get that, you needed to implement DEI policies. But this is because those ESG scores were going to stop these central banks from loaning money to your local banks. Because even the local banks have to borrow money from bigger banks. That's all been shut down. Now we can get back to doing business based on your character and the quality of your work, and not so that we can meet diversity quotas, which is how we got here. And now you guys understand that as well too. Now you guys understand. Now you know. See, after you hear this information, you can't unhear it. So that's the point of that. This is called learning. We're learning from each other. So I'm here to have these conversations and talk to you. Let's see here. Farmers are losing their land. That's not true. I can't lost family because I supported and voted for Trump. We all did. But it's crazy. I got a phone call that one of my uncles is dying. And he's one of the people that we stopped talking because he wanted to believe Biden and Kamala. And he had everybody on that side of the family go take the shot. I've already lost 3 uncles and 2 cousins so far. And everybody else is sick. But the rest of us who are conservative Trump supporters, we're all alive and well and healthy. And they don't want to speak to us anymore because they don't want to hear I told you so. So it's not like we just lost them. The world's going to lose them soon too, which is unfortunate. But we all had a choice. And I've been telling people for the past 3 years, you need to mourn these people while they're alive because there's no point of waiting until they die. And if you took the vaccine, you have pets, you got to rehome them. I have a dog here now, Mr. Bacon, my English bulldog, wanted it because his owner got vaccinated, turbo cancer was gone within 3 weeks of their initial diagnosis. And now he lives with me. So I tell people, make arrangements for your pets as well if you're a Democrat or a liberal. Bill Gates patented the COVID vaccine in 2015. He patented something else, but I don't think it was the vax. They want to bring China credit garbage to the pets. Yeah, absolutely. And the Democrats would literally side with the Chinese in a war against the United States in a heartbeat. If Chinese tanks rolled into Manhattan, gay and black liberals would jump on top of the tanks and twerk and help them try to point out white conservatives to go arrest. So we already know those are our enemies. So we've done what we can to mitigate that risk. But it's a real one. It's the truth. It's the truth. Yes, that one, dude. So what is stopping the CCP from doing exactly what America is doing? Please explain why the world should use the petrodollar and not the BRICS system. The UN is based in New York. Well, first things first, BRICS is a good alternative in my opinion. However, the United States dollar is intertwined in so many nations' financial system, and it's trusted. Yes, you could, and then, we just, use our military might, which is the number one backer of our petrodollar, to invade Venezuela. And these other countries, now that they're hearing that the United States is doing business again and we're not doing sanctions anymore, they're reluctant to give up their wealth, which would basically always be, it's 90% of these countries' wealth is based in American dollars. To give up their American dollars and just not use them no more would be to give up all of their wealth. And that was the reason why we've always been the reserve currency, is so that countries couldn't just drop us like that. But we were being ran by people who were emotional ideologues. Now we're being run by people who are doing business. So we have a different agenda. The reason they started building BRICS in the first place is because they put 1,000 sanctions on Russia over the fucking Ukraine. So the Russians were losing their money. They couldn't access the SWIFT systems and they couldn't do business. So they had to make all these workarounds, i.e. the development of BRICS, which was Brazil, Russia, Iran, China, these other nations, and more nations were signing up for BRICS. But now that the United States is doing business again, a lot of people are getting back on board. And if the Russians are on the board of peace with us, then there really is no need for BRICS anymore. We're going to keep our petrodollar status. Hopefully nothing else rocks the boat. Yeah, England is cooked. Canada's cooked. Australia's cooked. I'm remembering the original Red Dawn. I never thought it was possible until now. Yeah. Damage back in my day at a term, you're either American or a Democrat. Yeah. And that's the same way now. You're either an American or a Democrat. Democrats are not Americans. They don't believe in what we believe in. They use our Constitution against us. They're not Americans. They hate this place. They hate the people here. They hate themselves. So, protesting is the only thing they have to live for anymore. They don't have families. They don't have children. They don't have relationships. And they just have tons of student loan debt. So they don't really like our system here. We have a petrodollar, another 5 billion barrels of oil. Absolutely. America first, America only. And we're pushing American supremacy on this channel. That's what if you follow my channel, you follow my work, then you would understand what I talk about. You need these reinsurances because at the end of the day, an America first agenda that I'm talking to you about, it would make you feel happy on the inside. It'd make you feel prideful. Because think about it, people are so they're prideful in their favorite basketball teams and their football teams, and they're fighting each other in stadiums, and they're happy to throw up their gang signs and their blue and red rags. But when it comes to being proud of your country, the nation that gave you and your family everything you have, now you're ashamed to represent it. You're ashamed to brag about it, which I can't respect. So that's why we're an America first, America only agenda here. We're just really just trying to calibrate those moral compasses, if you will. And we have Greenland now. Absolutely. And I found way. I appreciate it. Thank you for thank you for tuning in and subscribing. I appreciate all the new people who are new to the channel. I have tons of videos, lots of history. Go rewatch some of these topics. They're still relevant, but I make new ones every single day. So I do appreciate it. Honestly, I was thinking about going to Greenland, opening up a bar. I'm pretty sure there's some, pretty little Greenlanders that maybe want to work at like a little Hooters in Greenland. And, we're going to have more American investment there. And there's got to be talent in Greenland. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff we can do. It'll kind of be like a better version of Chicago. It's kind of the same weather, except there'll be less dangerous people driving around with dreads trying to shoot you. I said this, some people stop acting like they are being loyal to sports teams and everything is right and wrong. Absolutely. We got to get over that. 100K to move to Greenland? Well, I don't know. I have a new tech company opening in a few months. And, I do want to be in this part of the States. But if I was just working or whatever, I would take that 100 grand and go there and colonize Greenland and make it great again. There'd be a Dunkin' Donuts, there'd be a Starbucks at every igloo. So we'd figure it out, but I think that'll be fair. I mean, we're going to be paying the people from Greenland to be in their space, which our new space. And I think if we go there with our American restaurants and our food and our music and our movies, and we'll just give these people something to live for. I mean, to be honest, that place kind of sucks, And the people there, there are people that are young people that are looking to do business and want to move around. The older people in Greenland, they're not necessarily excited about us coming in because, well, a lot of their money was gifted to them or they made their money elsewhere and they're back now for a simple life. But they don't give a shit about the younger people who have nothing that are trying to figure out how to build themselves up. That's the problem with these older boomers. They don't look back. They'll tell you, oh yeah, when I was your age, I owned all these houses. It's like, yeah, houses were like $35 back then. A car was $1,500 and it was a brand new car. Different world, different society than we're facing right now. And they're doing that in other places too. I just did a video about the people in Greenland. The young people are excited. The older people are not. So the younger people are going to be the ones who the lands are going to fall into their hands soon. They're going to be the ones in charge. So we got to listen to them, and that's who we need to appeal to. And hopefully if they give us a chance, we will appeal to them. I'm probably one of the last places you want when the shit hits a fan. I don't know. Maybe not. Brainwashed. And he said, I swallowed this guy, Pearson, he swallowed Trump's, whoa, freaky. Hey, if you put that on OnlyFans, if you really have a video of that, as long as you're of age, you can put that on OnlyFans, make some money if you have video of you doing that to Trump. Shut up, libtard. Yeah, there's some libtards, definitely. I don't think anyone's fascistic in Greenland. That's more of those protesters in Minnesota. They're the fascists. They don't believe in free speech. They want to, they don't believe in people recording them. They don't believe in freedom of movement either. So they're fascistic in Minnesota right now. But we're kicking the hell out of them. We're kicking their asses and we're taking names. So we're actually fighting the fascists, us Trump supporters, which is beautiful. So you're welcome. Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence of that. So if you have some proof of Trump being one of those, then please share it with the class. But if not, then you're just projecting what you do on your spare time. Also, there's new laws that you Democrats passed in California, SB Bill 145, which decriminalized pedophilia. So you can't use pedophile as an insult while you're supporting pedophiles as a Democrat voter. That's hypocritical, and it makes you a clown. Democrats are worse than fascists. They're worse than that word. But let's get back to a little bit about this Epstein stuff. Don't get me wrong. I love engaging with the audience and talking, the super chats. I appreciate it. This is great. But I do want to get back to some of the stuff. He does say some very interesting things that you guys got to hear. So let's continue.
I cannot believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is.
It's crazy. Solitary. Now, there's a funny part that we missed, which is said.
Go ahead, tell it.
The funny part is what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that? No. For black humor, it's
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
Did he make a black joke? I think he's fun. Now I really like him. Anybody who's making black jokes, I like. I like this guy now because he just made a little black funny. I think I hate this. I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack. People are gonna send me DMs. Oh my God, you like Epstein? He's smart. He has ideas. He can speak normal. He's articulate. He's admittedly, everyone's been calling him the smartest person in the world. He's likely the man who invented Bitcoin. He's literally the guy who helped design the systems that they put into the vaccine, and him and Bill Gates tried to figure out how to give it to all the black people. This is probably one of the smartest people on earth. I'm not supposed to be impressed or fascinated? Go to hell. You want me to be excited about Billie Eilish talking about stolen land, but doesn't want to give her house to some Indians? So you want me to be impressed with that, but not impressed with Epstein, who can sit here and have a 2-hour conversation with a guy who hates him? Come on, bro. You're ridiculous right now.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty.
Okay, he's talking about how it was a typo on his uniform, but let's go to the next topic.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film, right. But you cannot possibly have to sit there.
Hey, listen, Pearson, whatever you do on the weekends, and if you want to call white people supreme and give them BJs, this is not the platform to solicit that. You would have to go to OnlyFans, maybe TikTok. They'll let you, get on there, or Grindr. Get on Grindr and you can talk about that. But this is not the platform. I can't hook you up anybody. I never met somebody white and I called them supreme. So you feel like they're supreme and you want to do all those freaky little sexual stuff. You got to go do that with them, buddy. This is not Grindr. This is YouTube. Okay, I know it's a little TV. I know you get a little confused. I know you guys are a little cross-eyed, all the grape soda, but this is not the place for that.
Knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black Monday, whatever it was in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of. And know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
It appears to me that Bannon is trying to get Epstein to admit some sort of remorse. But Epstein is not taking the bait. I think he feels like whatever he was doing was for the greater good. And he had to, and everything that happens was for a reason, and everything happened the way it was supposed to happen, and he has no regrets of anything. It's kind of like in the Matrix, you know, when Neo was talking to the Oracle. That's how Epstein is taking all of these. It's called covert hostility. What Steve Bannon is doing. Epstein comes to you for an interview, and you're like sideways insulting him during the interview. It's kind of low. It's low vibrational bullshit. But Epstein is not feeding into it. He seems to be pretty masterful at dealing with this.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's
not amazing. And I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh,
I wasn't funny.
Right. But not amazing.
It was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like, how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just 2 sides of the coin.
So basically, he's saying me being in jail is the same as me being in your house right now. They're both just 2 experiences that have happened to me in my life, and I don't regret either one. It's certain people that look at everything as either half empty, and then there's those of us who look at everything as half full. He's not living in regret. He's not sitting here second guessing himself. He's a confident person that is moving forward. And someone like Bannon, who is riddled by shame and guilt, white guilt, whatever he goes through, he's having a hard time processing Epstein's reluctance to admit on video some sort of remorse or self-pity, which I am extremely impressed by, because I hate people that feel sorry for themselves and admit self-pity and self-shame. I think that Epstein is handling O'Bannon masterfully. Pause.
That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I consider myself a hermit.
See, he considers himself a hermit, not a stoic. So this is I'll break that down for you. Let's go ahead and talk to Arthur. Arthur, what is the difference between a stoic versus a hermit? Can you explain to us that analogy?
A stoic is someone who practices resilience and emotional self-control, often accepting external events with calmness and focusing on virtue. In contrast, a hermit is someone who withdraws from society, often living in isolation. The analogy: the stoic is fully engaged with life but masters his reactions. The hermit avoids external entanglements altogether. One finds inner peace amidst the world, the other by retreating from it.
So basically, it seems like Epstein is saying that it's not that I'm okay with everything you're saying to me. I'm just withdrawn so much that that is not affecting me and is not causing me any sort of pain. I've withdrawn so much that it's inconsequential, your opinion of me. So it's not that I'm a stoic. I'm actually a hermit. I'm just completely withdrawn into my own world. I don't care what you think. And I think that's how a lot of people should be. Everybody should stop having their emotions on their sleeve and where you care about everyone's opinion. Newsflash, nobody likes you. Remember, I told you this. You're a man. A lot of you are men. No one likes you. You like you. Your mom might like you, barely. Your dog loves you. No one else. Okay, so stop thinking everyone's going to like you and love you. They're not. You're better off withdrawing and focusing on yourself. Even your wife, after you guys get married, she doesn't like you anymore. The sound of your voice makes her cringe. So no one's going to love you forever. You're a man. Be a man. Accept it.
Stoics are not very happy.
being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I got to live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your one almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
And so we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course
not.
not.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems. It seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid.
The problem that Steve Bannon is encountering right now is that he wants to believe that there are people smarter than himself, smarter than Bannon, who must have known the financial collapse was going to happen ahead of time. The problem is when you're doing business and you're focused on moving forward, you're not necessarily looking backwards at everything that's happening or collapsing around you. You're too worried about going forward. And he keeps asking him like, hey, you're harping on these things, but remember, sometimes you don't know when there's going to be a failure in a system. If you get an aneurysm in your leg, then you get a pain in your arm, you're not necessarily going to connect the two. And you have no idea you're about to have a coronary event where you're going to collapse. These are systems that are not necessarily connected, but when one breaks down, everything will break down. And he keeps trying to explain this to Bannon, but Bannon is a simple-minded, stubborn, older man who is not wanting to realize that he doesn't understand everything. One of the first things Epstein said in his interview was that he admitted he didn't know something. He admitted he didn't understand. He said he didn't understand inflation. He doesn't understand how that works, which is a big step. At least you can just say, I don't know. Bannon does not want to accept that answer, which is a problem because it seems like that's actually the genuine answer that makes the most sense from Epstein.
Because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him the day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial markets.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to it.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were they cut the funding for high energy physics.
So what he's saying is that he bought a ranch in New Mexico that was close to Los Alamos. And Los Alamos historically is where they were working on the Manhattan Project, where they were testing out the bombs that they allegedly dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were firing a lot of the scientists. Epstein wanted to hire those same scientists. And instead of those scientists who used to live on military bases having to relocate to another part of the country and go find work elsewhere, it was easier if he just bought a massive compound and then he can employ those same scientists. Do you know how much money this must have cost? And this was in 1993. So this man has been very successful and good at whatever he was doing for a long time. And it wasn't all based upon around a bunch of fucking kids being trafficked. He's literally working on right outside a military installation where they have a lot of secret stuff. They compare Los Alamos to Area 51. And Los Cruces is out that way too. So this is, do you understand this interview is way complicated and deeper than anyone's giving credit for. You got to get rid of all that freaky little, all your kinky sex stuff you got in your head. Remove that temporarily. Get out of your fantasies and let's listen to the words. This man is going to start explaining the science and what was going on when he wanted to hire these people from Los Alamos. This is very, very deep, and they're going to start talking about physics and different energy. Well, you guys will hear about it.
But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again,
it could have been the Cold War dividend because remember the Soviet Union fell in 91. So if you had a budget that was to fight or defend against the Soviets, well, there are no more Soviets. So you can start to reallocate those funds and start cutting budgets. And we weren't planning on bombing Russia anymore. So you really didn't need all that, those high yield nukes to be developed to match the Soviets' arsenal.
People thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at.
It sounds to me like he bought the ranch in Santa Fe so that he can see if there was a way to use mathematics to predict the future. And he wanted to see if he was able to, they were going to use mathematics to do all these, to study these other nuanced topics. But it's also as if he wanted to see if mathematics could help him dominate the financial industry. I'm telling you, this is the person who is probably the source of Bitcoin, because listen to what he's saying. He's not mentioning Bitcoin, but he's using mathematics to help come up with algorithms that could literally predict the financial futures of the world in different currencies. Like this all ties in. It sounds like the mysterious rise of what we think Bitcoin and all these coins are, and how they are even generated, what makes them valuable, mining them. This is all just complicated mathematics that it seems like the only person who might even remotely understand it, if you don't believe that theory of some guy named Hiroshi or whatever in Japan that disappeared, what if it's Epstein? Let's think about that.
The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe,
yes,
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
right,
which had been the headquarters of Manhattan, and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable?
Wait, so is he saying that he took a loss at Santa Fe? Because if you were no more better off 15 years later, and all that money you put into that study of mathematics to try to figure out, to see if there was a pattern where you could learn in the financial system to get yourself ahead and study these other subjects. If there was no net positive, is he saying that he took a loss? I wish Bannon would have just asked him that.
By mathematics, and can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again.
Genetic algorithm. Arthur, can you explain to me what is a genetic algorithm?
A genetic algorithm is an optimization method inspired by natural selection. It starts with a population of candidate solutions to a problem. These individuals are evaluated for fitness, and those that perform better are more likely to be selected for reproduction. The algorithm uses crossover, combining parts of solutions, and mutation, random changes, to produce new generations. Over many iterations, the population evolves toward increasingly optimal solutions. It's especially useful for complex problems where traditional methods struggle.
It sounds more so like selective breeding, for a master group or master race. Interesting. Okay, thanks, Arthur.
So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher.
So what he's saying is that there really is no way to use mathematics to predict the future. And basically, when you do stumble upon something, you kind of just got lucky. That's why I used the word miracle. So it wasn't like he used, allegedly, he's telling us he didn't use his algorithm to come up with a pattern where he was able to find something. He just basically you got lucky, which is, he spent all that money just to figure out that luck exists, or I don't. Let's keep going.
For
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner.
Yes,
and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon. Yes. Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big earth absorbers, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything.
You see, Epstein laughed at global warming. He knows it's a scam. He knew it back then. It was all fake bullshit. I'll be honest. I think the best people that are going to do the best in his arena are just people that understand how the more you accept the fact that people are just dumb herd animals, the better you feel about just scamming them, because you realize that if you don't scam them, somebody else will. Because it doesn't seem like you don't have to be extremely bright. A lot of people are just getting over on other people because other people are just simple. And it's like everyone's looking for someone to tell them what to do. I guess Epstein is who stood up and was able to take over in some of those and be that person that they wanted. I don't know. Let's listen.
Everything's really mathematics. It's all just back to math.
Yeah, it was global freezing in the 70s, right? And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not fake. Look around. Why do you want poison? Why do you want to poison the future? No, I don't.
And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as
AI could be demonic, because the people who designed it, they even admit they don't know where the AI is getting its answers from. They have no idea how AI works. They set up the prompts, they built the system, but they don't understand what's happening. So where is that energy coming from? And it could be demonic. We really don't know. We don't know the source.
Being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly.
What he's basically describing is gravity. You can't measure gravity. So gravity doesn't pass a scientific method. So you really can't even prove its existence. You're trying to figure out a word for something to describe a phenomenon that you're able to see, but you don't know, but you can't measure it or calculate it, and you can't explain it mathematically. So you come up with a word for it. But it's one of those unexplained phenomena, and that's what he's referring to, basically gravity. This conversation is it's nothing like where. That's why a lot of people gave up on this topic. They were thinking they were going to get in here and this was going to be a bunch of, like, I don't know, listening to a Zane novel, just people talking about sex and basically watching the Spice Channel with kids, or Nickelodeon mixed with the Spice Channel. It's not. This guy is literally talking about astrophysics, science, quantum physics, like, and the financial system, and there's nothing about all the other nonsense. This was actually what makes up the majority of Jeffrey Epstein, not all the stuff that we're being told in the media. This conversation is more so about who this man is, and not that other stuff, which I think is just a distraction. And again, men that are this smart, they're too calculated to just die. They don't. We don't die. We're not. That's not how it works for us.
It's so 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain
well, you got to think about it. What does it take to be a scientist? It only takes you applying the scientific method. Technically, I am a scientist. I'm a specialist. I can tell you more about the vaccine and the scamdemic and the results. I'm a specialist in those topics. So I am a scientist, and I do apply the scientific method to my own research. So I can talk about it. Let me guess, you're waiting for somebody with glasses like this, but you want me to put on a lab coat? Will that make you feel better? Is that how Fauci got you to take that shot? Because of his lab coat? Because he was on TV? You think Fauci was smart? Did he know? I mean, he told you it was safe and effective, and you should put on 15 masks. You really, yeah. So you'd listen to Fauci instead of me. How far did that get you? Well, it's a lot of people that wish they hadn't.
Unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans. They were the occults. They were the astrologers. They were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it.
Actually, they didn't create HIV in a lab. It was actually a French scientist. He only claimed that he was actually able to isolate the HIV virus, but he never showed proof that he ever was able to do it. And they actually tried to use electron microscopy, which was what Harry Mullis, the man who invented the PCR test, he actually approached the French doctor who had claimed he had isolated and discovered HIV. And he went to him and he said, hey, can you explain to me how HIV eventually becomes AIDS? And then the doctor, and then the person who came up with that hoax about what HIV is, he said, well, you should be able to. He was like, wait, what do you mean should? Like, you can't tell me exactly how this is supposed to work. I've been waiting to speak to you for about 5 years now. And there was no information because it was all just made up. What they did was they just took a bunch of immune system different disorders and they called them all the same thing. And then they were selling retrovirus drugs for a treatment that ended up killing the patients. If you took an immunotherapy like Magic Johnson did, then you survived because you didn't take the retrovirus drugs. It was all a scam, and they sold it to those people. And they ran up all those high insurance bills. They made a lot of money. Fauci made some money off of his patents. So did the NIH and the NIAID, AID or whatever. So it was all just scams. It's all like Epstein said. It all comes back to money. He talked about how alchemists were thinking, okay, if it's 5 protons plus 2 neutrons makes gold, then if I can take a piece of metal, like scrap metal, and add these protons, then it should eventually become gold, and now I'm a rich man. He's talking about how there are people that are trying to convince you that they can explain the unexplainable, and they are like scammers and con men. But then Steve Bannon said, oh, you mean like an alchemist? And then he corrected Bannon and said, no, an alchemist is somebody that's trying to basically put 2 different types of metals together and turn one metal into gold so they can make money, or change a piece of coal into a diamond. And they're using alchemy. And he corrected him on that, and he caught him on that. He didn't take the easy way out. This is such an impressive conversation. If you're listening to this conversation the way that I am, this is fascinating. This is an amazing conversation. Amazing.
But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is...
Well, there's really no proof that AIDS is a virus that even exists. For one thing, it's always the treatment that kills people. never the virus. And then again, if you're suffering from an immune system issue and you're treating it improperly, you're going to pass away from the treatment, but you wouldn't know because you're gone by the time you figure it out. Those are, again, there are people who literally were there from the conception of this in the 80s that worked with Fauci that said Fauci was full of shit. He made it up. Dr. Judy Mikovits, Dr. Carrie Mullis. And they were saying that you're trying to use an electron microscope, and they're trying to say, oh, what I see in this electron microscope is going to either make you sick or not make you sick. And that's not how it works. It just basically zooms in on whatever you're looking at. But no one was ever able to isolate the HIV virus to prove its existence, because you would need to measure it and study it. That never happened. The same thing with the COVID virus. It was never isolated. People asked for samples of it so they can test it out, look at it. It didn't exist because in itself, viruses themselves are theoretical mechanisms. They're not alive, but then they're not, so you can't kill it. It's not really a thing. It's all theoretical. And the fact that you believed in it means that the propaganda is just stronger than your will to question it. And unfortunately, that was you gambled with your life and you rolled a 7. That's just the truth about it.
Well, it appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to
if that's what you think, then you can believe that, but that's not accurate. The medication isn't what keeps people alive. Sometimes your dependence on the medication is what keeps you alive. It's like when some people, when they're given heroin, and then all of a sudden now you're being given, what's the other stuff they give you in lieu of heroin? And then when you stop taking it, your body can go through withdrawals and you die. And you start thinking, oh, I died because I ran out of my medicine. But really your body developed a dependency on another drug that they use to sell to you. I mean, if you don't think that there's a financial incentive in all this, and these medicines they never cure you. You're dependent upon it. You're a customer. They're not trying to heal you. You're looking at this as basically medical care instead of you're not looking at it as a business, and that's your blind spot, and that'll ultimately be your downfall eventually. So it's not up to me to save you. You've already taken the vaccine. If you're having this conversation with me, you didn't learn anything the last 4 years. Therefore, other people are going to watch this video. They're going to see this exchange. They're going to understand what I'm saying. You're just the example we're going to use. So there's not really an argument, my friend. What's there to argue about? It's kind of too late now, right? The milk is spilt.
Makes sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift the glass, I lift it.
Bingo. That's the word. Methadone. That's how they wean you off of heroin, but you become addicted to methadone as well. And guess what happens when you stop taking methadone? And that's okay, there we go. Thank you.
If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized
it's not a medication. If you're calling it the wrong thing, you've never looked into this HIV situation, have you? You never really thought about it. This is your first time actually speaking about it, and you're having a rough go at it. And I'm not upset with you. You're not the only one. Most of us don't understand any of the stuff going on around us. So that's why, again, I have these uncomfortable conversations so I can help clear things up for you. So, this isn't the time to reject me. This is just a time to think about it, look it up, look up Carrie Mullis. You go on TikTok, look at some of his videos, listen to what he says about Fauci, HIV, and his interactions with the doctor who said he isolated it. You would have thought that they isolate HIV virus and they sent it around the world so different labs in different countries can test it. And what you do is we all do the same test. If we all come up with the same result, now we can say, okay, this is considered a fact. That never happened. All of this was just make-believe bullshit to sell you on drugs that eventually are going to kill you. Magic didn't take it, which is why he's alive, but the rest of the ones did. Because these people, they hated gay people and they found ways to kill them off. This whole depopulation thing started a long time ago. They just find new ways to get you guys to inject yourselves with poison. and you just keep doing it. I'll be honest, I really don't see the purpose of saving too many of you. I would have to side with Epstein and Gates when it comes to that, because you're begging for it. You'll sit here and argue with me after all the results and every conversation. You'll still beg because you want to be a drug addict. I'm telling you, maybe not take all these drugs. You're fighting me on the fact that you need your drugs. Go take them then. don't listen to me. Go ahead, you big drug addict. Go shoot up and whatever you want to take. Go for it.
Ball fell off the table. It went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity.
Yeah, it does. It depends. Your life is being saved with a heroin substitute, but you're still substituting heroin with another addictive drug. When are you going to wean yourself off of it? You never can. It's the same. You're in the same position, basically. It's just that methadone is just cheaper, so you can have access to it legally in more clinics than just direct heroin. But that's all it is. It's not. It's not curing you, and it's not gonna. You'll never be able to get off of it. I mean, listen, you guys can. I mean, I don't know how you can argue some of these things with me, but listen, I'm here for the conversations. He was just talking about gravity. I rewound it a few seconds. We're gonna give. I want you guys to hear what he has to say.
We have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go.
He's describing Isaac Newton, and when he first wanted to describe what he observed to be gravity, he couldn't explain it, but he tried to come up with a word for it. That's what he's describing right now. This is about Isaac Newton.
So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is.
Others describe it as buoyancy versus density, but that's because we're living in modern times and we're looking at things differently. But however, we're looking at Sir Isaac Newton from several hundred years ago, and the concept of the oxygen that's around us being more buoyant or more dense than the fluid inside of our bodies. And for all we know, our air is that we're calling ourselves breathing is more fluidic than anything. And maybe that's what you see some people, because I mean, is gravity selective? I mean, if gravity is a force and it's strong enough to keep water pulled to the ground, then certainly it should be strong enough to crush the exoskeleton of an insect. Well, then if that's the case, then insects shouldn't exist, yet they do. So are you telling me that gravity is selective? And that's why it's something that we can't really say it's actually a thing, because we can't measure it, because there are certain things that it just doesn't apply to. The exoskeleton of an insect is one of those things that you're not going to be able to see the effects of gravity on, yet you're pretending that trillions of gallons of water are being pulled down to the surface of a rock, of a mass. That's where this becomes tricky. And that's the unknown. That's why we have to admit we don't know. We can't be too overly confident because you'll be wrong. Because again, science is never settled. You're always learning. You're always, there's always new things that are coming up as we advance. So don't be too sure of yourself is my advice.
This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
So again, he was trying to see if there was a pattern to the chaos, and if we can predict what's going to happen with this chaos by using math, then maybe we could try to figure out what's going to happen in the stock market, which is equally just as unpredictable as gravity or some other unexplained phenomena. And that's where it's basically him trying to apply mathematics to figure out how to predict the future. Which actually, it sounds like what if there was a pattern and you can figure things out? Or what if he did figure out something? We don't know. I mean, but we're just theorizing right now, but let's see what he says.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just two or three of the basic guys, but
again, armchair rocker, you're absolutely wrong. Gravity is not very predictable. You can't even explain it. You really can't measure it. You can't touch it. You don't know. It doesn't pass the scientific method. Try to figure it out. Or who do you listen to? Neil deGrasse, that one guy. Go ask him what gravity is, and he'll tell you we don't know. But here you are thinking you know better than the rest of us. You assume that you know, but you really don't. And you would assume that you're smarter than us, but you don't have the results. So, and you can't prove it to us. But listen, you have all the time in the world. You have the internet. You have the thread right now, right? You can get in here and you can make little ad hominem insults and attacks. How about this? How about you post your data and you show us and you prove gravity is predictable 100%. And then I'll apologize and digress. Until then, be an armchair rocker.
Let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton? It was what, and then why is Newton such a
genius
in such a in the? I think mathematically, they told me one time I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the Earth, and of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the Earth, I think I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people. They figured
that probably is inflation. That's why
have lived through the Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school you took calculus? So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents. Mathematicians.
He doesn't sound anything like the coyotes that are smuggling trafficking victims across the American border from Central and South America. I doubt they sit around and have philosophical conversations about Newton, gravity, and theoretical quantum physics and quarks. It just makes you realize that there's definitely more to Epstein than what you've been told on the media 24/7 for the past, I don't know, since Biden left office. Because they had all these files under Biden administration, yet there was no interest in releasing them. But you've been hearing about Epstein ever since he went to prison in 2019, well, after this interview. So, and then subsequently his death. And they've been talking about him nonstop, but they never showed you this video. And you never understood, you never could make heads or tail of what to think about him. So you just basically went off of whatever the television told you instead of hearing it directly from the horse's mouth. We all are going to have to discern and decide what to believe. That's the best we can do. And we're going to have to also look at the evidence or lack thereof. But this is, again, a very fascinating and amazing conversation. Let's continue.
Torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no. Yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Well, I mean, it depends on who you ask. Many people believe that this where we live, which is not a spinning ball, all that bullshit about space and planets and all that is fake. But what many will tell you that the Earth is where we are currently is only about 6,000 years old. There was no 63 million years ago dinosaurs, which bones eventually turned into oil. That could be, no one's ever seen a fossilized bone turn into oil or shield or whatever. No one's ever seen that. It's all just made up. All this shit's just fake. Very fake and very gay. All of it. Especially slavery. All that shit's fake and gay as hell too.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's the calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician. He was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum.
I mean, they do talk about the great floods. It's recorded in the Bible. And they said at one point in time, there was a deluge. And it seems like there's a solid barrier above us that's above the sky, and it opened. And apparently there's water above the barrier that we live under. And the water, that's what created the flood that wiped out I see people talking about the Anunnaki. These are all the stories that are in the Bible. These are not stories we're just making up. These are things that many humans have spent their whole lives, believing are recorded history, just explained by people that lived a long time ago to the best of their knowledge of the science. So they explained it the best they could. Those are things that, and more and more every day, there's more and more proof that the things that are written in the Bible are accurate. They were just explained differently. And there's less and less evidence that you're just an insignificant speck of sand in an intergalactic beach called the universe, where you're just a piece of nothing, just a flicker of nothing. And they want you to believe that nebulas are real, and black holes and quasars and planets and stars are made of nitrogen and burning, and a light year is and 1 AU is 93 million miles, which is the difference between the Earth and the sun. And 50,000 light years, you're looking at light from a star that died millions. There's just so much bullshit that you were groomed to believe by a man named Gene Roddenberry that came up with a lot of the fake mechanics of the Starship Enterprise. You believe in tachyons and warp speed and all types of bullshit, but I'm the crazy one, right? Which is cool. I'll be that, right? And you can argue, and you guys can circle jerk each other in my chat. I do appreciate it. Again, use my code Right Wing Rico when you sign up for Grindr. That way I get a kickback, and you guys get to just kick it with, kick it to each other. So, but go ahead and go off.
Where it says and during Pythagoras days, Zeno's paradox, it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away. And if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0.
The only aliens are the illegal ones. There are no aliens. We're it. If there were aliens, they would have talked about them in the Bible.
But if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined.
Exactly. Those, we definitely, we need Will Smith and the cast from that movie where him and Jeff Goldblum, we need to send them to Minnesota. Those aliens are getting out of control.
It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit.
I'll be honest, we don't know who or what built the pyramids, but for all we know, they are natives of where we live. They were just here before us. You know, there's a reset every so often, I guess like every 120 years. Everything just resets, it seems. And it seems like we're approaching that time. So of the last reset, if you look at the mud floods and the ancient architect that they tore down 100 or so years ago, and they talk about a certain period of time where certain civilizations just disappear, and those who come after, they kind of wipe away the remnants of it and they kind of rebuild. There's records of that. So again, we could be just going through another reset pretty soon, and we don't know how things are going to be after, but we're monitoring it closely. I mean, we have the internet now. I don't think they had the internet back then. So maybe we can prevent it. I don't know. Or maybe it's not something that can be prevented. Who knows? But I guess we're gonna just fill it out. I wouldn't say the fallen angels are aliens. Again, they could all just be natives of where we live.
So that's Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. We had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live.
Imagine you are a sex trafficker of children and you're just sitting here for hours talking about Isaac Newton and theoretical physics. I think somebody's lying here, but definitely this man's still alive. Men like this they're too calculated to just be outsmarted by people substantially dumber than them. That's not happening. This man is still alive. Everything in me tells me he's still alive. So, I mean, I think a lot of people are coming to that conclusion also. There's nothing telling me that this man committed suicide. The only reason I thought it was real is because the 2 guards they said fell asleep were like big guys that could probably overpower him and kill him. But if we're trying to just stage a fake death and then sneak him out of jail, you wouldn't need 2 big ass security guards to pretend that they were asleep and turn off the cameras. You could have used 2 women. And I mean, it's not like they have to get in there and do anything physical. But if you want to pretend that, if you want to stage an event to pretend like you committed suicide, but you're going to need some people to make it look real, then yeah, you're going to need some guys with that size. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have thought that he actually committed suicide and he was dead. It It just doesn't calculate. It wouldn't make sense.
To a degree, in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later it was subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while, it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing? Why is he so important?
There's pyramids in Armenia. There's a pyramid in St. Louis. There's pyramids all over the world. There's pyramids underwater. There's pyramids everywhere. There's something about that shape that resonates with people here. Maybe not with us, but with others before us, it did resonate. I mean, we inherited this place. We inherited a lot of these structures. If you look at some of these buildings, they say they were founded, not they were built. These buildings were here when our ancestors arrived. The buildings were already here, and we just adopted them. Who built them? We don't know. We don't know what's going on. Maybe we're in a Truman Show, but space is fake, and all this galaxies and all that bullshit's fake. We're in a smaller, central, controlled environment, like a terrarium.
Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. Because stars by Kepler, what Newton starts to allow us to do.
There's a constellation of lights in the sky, but there are no star systems. There is no planets. There's no we're just looking up at the sky and guessing in 2026 the same way we did in 5 BC. We're just looking up and guessing. The public don't actually know. But everything, I mean, Elon Musk is a fraud, and he's pushing the space fake fraud, just like NASA and these other agencies. It's all fake nonsense, junk science, rockets to go nowhere, and they just siphon money. What's the budget for NASA this year? Let's see per day. Let's look it up. Hey, Arthur, quick question. What is NASA's budget and funding they're receiving per day right now?
As of fiscal year 2026, NASA's total budget is about $24.4 billion. When you break that down, that means NASA is funded at roughly $67 million per day.
Thank you very much, Arthur. You know what? For $67 million a day, I would literally give you, a lot of you armchair rocket scientists and gullible, mushy brain, low IQ believers of nothing with no proof. I would give you guys all just CGI and fake projections of one day walking on other planets and just feed into your bullshit. And then I would, send some money to Hollywood to make some movies and some series about it. You notice they're making less and less shows and TV series about space, because now we're coming up on the time in our history where we're already supposed to be on the moon and on other planets, but it's fake. So now they kind of dial that back from the public, because people are going to start asking questions. Remember, the first manned missions were supposed to be in 2022. What happened? It's all fake. It's not happening. There's nowhere to go. We're stuck here. It's a prison planet. But yeah, for $67 million a day, I'll tell you people whatever you want to hear. I'll throw all this shit away. But just wanted to give you a little context into that. If you think about it, what benefits has NASA given to the Earth? What has been generated from NASA that was a net positive for civilization or society? Nothing. They just feed into an overactive imagination, and they came up with some cool movies and TV shows, but that's it. Nothing else. There's no other there's no other technology. There's nothing. The Hubble is not there. It's all fake. They just give you some pictures. Is that what you want? I can get you an Etch-a-Sketch with colors, and I can make you some cool pictures. I can use AI. You want to give me $67 million a day? I can make you some stuff. Want me to make you some stuff? You want some coloring books? You want a magic marker? Fucking geniuses.
Is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in the
space race was 60 years ago now. Nothing since then. You just proved my point. Thank you. Thank you.
Physical world, how cars, but he didn't have cars then, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool, excuse me, pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton?
Many.
Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared. That Pythagorean theorem.
That's exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing. Bannon is just throwing out Greeks and then people from the past, and Epstein is literally correcting him on every single attempt. This is masterful. This is a beautiful conversation. This is beyond and interesting. This is probably one of the most intellectually sound conversations I've heard on the internet. And I don't know, when was the last time there was a really, really good one? London Real and David Icke 2020. That was the last time. Other than that, you don't see these type of conversations just because people that are, they're not, they're kind of like, some people are mental midgets. So when they hear information or, conversations like this, they immediately reject them. They get into the comments and they want other people to feel the same way. And they're looking for more people to kind of huddle up against and feel better about their, to listen to these kind of conversations. For some people, it's painful. They're vaccine injured. They're to use their mind. It takes too much effort, and it's they don't like it. So you're going to see that in the comments. But I'm seeing that more and more people are subscribing. And people are still staying in the conversation. So I do appreciate that you guys are rejecting the bullshit of some of these comments. But this is an extremely interesting conversation that we're all better off for hearing, in my opinion.
Which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other two sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add two triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that two solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, two little metal balls from a string, they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with.
Let me ask you this. If they're bullshitting about things they don't have any idea about, then who does have the ideas about it? If they don't have any idea, then who does have the idea? Who's your go-to person that knows everything? Who's the go-to person that should be having this conversation? If they're not supposed to have it because they don't have any idea about it, they don't know anything about it, who does know about it? I'll wait.
Certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything.
Name somebody who has actually studied physics. Who? I said who. Who? Give me a name. Give me a person. And let's see if they have a better conversation than these guys. Who do you think is the all-knowing? What do you think you know about physics? let's talk to us. We're all the whole class is waiting to hear from you.
Let's measure people.
I asked you for a name. I didn't ask you for their credentials. Name the person who is your go-to genius person, who's the only, and who are they supposed to talk to? Name two people. Who are the only two people that are on earth that are qualified, in your opinion, to have these conversations? Since it's not these two guys, so who are the two people that can have this conversation only? That's how ridiculous and retarded you sound. But prove me wrong. Who are they?
Behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we could have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fraud and a hack and a clown. There's got to be someone else better, please. Not that fucking not that guy.
We put a number on how much I care for my wife. Could I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that unfortunately just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world.
He's basically describing Schrodinger's cat experiment, where you don't know if something's alive or dead. And I guess you're not supposed to open the box, and it can kind of be between two places. This, like I said, this is a very intrinsic conversation. This is extremely, there's a lot of depth here. And these are the kind of conversations more people should be used to having, instead of just shallow, low IQ reality TV bullshit. This is actually healthy for the mind.
Are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
no.
Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So
there's no question to you.
Question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously is certain. The questions in the past, even
because people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
Have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done.
See, there goes Bannon again with the insults. Calls him soulless, and you know what he says? He says thank you. He really is a hermit who is pretty much withdrawn. You can't even really you can't insult him. This guy, bro, Epstein this guy's impressive.
I'm thinking about it. It's pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially. Yes. But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that?
He's talking about the human brain. Basically, what is the brain? It's matter. It's a material with encased in fluid inside your skull, and there's electricity, but magically it was able to create consciousness and thought, but we don't understand how or why. And that's what he's describing. And the only answer is it comes from God, because we can't explain any other source. And this brings you back to God, because there's no way you can believe in all the space bullshit, but also believe in God, because the further science takes you away, the further it takes you away from God. And now this is kind of reeling it back in. Like I said, this is a healthy conversation, in my opinion, if you have the bandwidth for it.
Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays, you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it. That's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black, but I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul. Schroeder talked about what it's like. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or at Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be. They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics? They could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics.
Good. It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories.
They want you to believe this guy is the devil himself. They want you to believe this guy is the top monster of the universe. And everything disgusting you can think of in your brain, he does it every morning before breakfast. So that means he never went to school. He never studied. He was never in business. He was never an intellectual. He was never anything else but just a butcher, monster, psycho, deviant. This guy. You've been listening to him for hours on this show tonight, on this podcast. We've been sitting here going through this interview in depth for hours. And the media will still convince you to ignore your ears and your eyes and just trust them and believe them. Trust and believe. Just trust and believe everything they say without question. The question is, though, will you do it?
Well, to solve problems. Those are more like geometers.
Newsflash, I'm not. I don't believe any of it. Not anymore. I can't. There's no evidence.
There's just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds, the table's invisible.
This is the guy they're convincing you has been literally going all over the world, trafficking the entire universe and just screwing everything, dissecting everything, killing everything, behind everything, the architect of everything. This is, and this is why they have to shut down the internet. They cannot allow the people they need to control to have access to information. They have to be able to control it. That's why they have to censor us. I obviously am I'm against censorship. I believe we should all be able to decide what we want to believe. I don't believe that hate speech even exists. I've never seen it. This is, we have never had access to this video. This is an old video. This video is like 7 years old. And we're barely now being able to hear from Epstein and talk to him. We don't know what him and Ghislaine Maxwell was even up to. We don't know what is really fake. We don't know what they lied about. What if they were studying and they were coming up with some new form of energy, right? And the people behind it were like, no, we're going to take that and we're going to accuse them of this, that, and the third and get rid of them. We don't know. And we've seen that happen before. People came up with cars that ran on water and air years ago. What happened to those people? Disappeared. People that built machines that could pull water out of thin air and it would be pure, so people to drink in places that were affected by natural disasters. What happened to those people? Gone. Their equipment destroyed. We don't know what this man stumbled upon, but it was big enough where they had to get him out the way, because they're not bringing up girls and sex trafficking or anything at all in this entire conversation. Do you know how robust this man's mentality and mind must be if he can go from being a psychopath to being a high vibrational intellect when it comes to all these different subjects and science? And even Bannon is barely able to push him into talking about any of the criminal stuff. He's so enlightened by this other conversation. And none of us even gave him a chance until now. We just assumed that everything Don Lemon and CNN told us was true. Well, it's actually CNN and Fox. Everything they're saying was true. We never looked into it ourselves. Now that we have, regardless of what we're saying in the comments, we're looking at everything a little bit different.
We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows. The waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation.
Yeah, everything's a distraction away from this subject. You're absolutely right, Ricardo. Everything, wars, murder, invasions, all to distract us from this. I'm never going to let the vaccine go. Epstein was behind the vaccine. I understand why they did it in the lockdowns. I get it now. I did the numbers. It makes sense. But I'm never going to let this just go and forget. But now that we're actually hearing this man talk, we're all waiting for the red flags that he's just like some super creeper, and they're just not there.
That type of...
They're going to say, oh, but what about the movie American Psycho, Christian Bale? It's a fucking movie. People are creatures of habit. There's no way you're going from one extreme to the other. Those are all movie personalities like Hannibal Lecter. That's not reality. In reality, most people are one-trick ponies. But this guy apparently he can work on different spectrums, but either way, we're not able to keep up with it. This is a lot.
Energy. The walls I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
You, with Murray Geldman, you founded, or with the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically.
Yes.
It's
a total failure.
Yes. A total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance, I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room, and they say, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling." Science has tried to describe. Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition. Men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive?
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to have an emotion.
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe he didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that. And you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like a Newton that's going to go in a Newton.
Do you hear what he's saying? Epstein is proposing that we create a new branch of science to study these this realm that's never been explained. Like, for example, women, they when they're on their period, if they're around another woman, their periods can sync up. No one has been able to understand how that works. No one's even like theorized how it works. No one even talks about it, but it's actually a thing. And studying feelings and consciousness in itself. These are all things that are just kind of it's like outside of science. And Epstein is proposing that there's a new division of science that is created specifically for this realm that has never been studied. And we don't know how far he was able to get with this research. What if he's mentioning it to Bannon, but it's already something they've been studying? He said for 15 years, he was funding that work in Santa Fe. And I'm like, well, what did you yield from it? Because he was kind of talking about studying this type of stuff, but he never said it was a bad investment that went belly up. He just kind of moved on from it. So I'm like, well, what did you pull from that? We don't know. That's the thing. This is such an unknown. And no one's giving us any information that's related to any of the things he's talking about here. They just keep talking about like freaky sex stuff with fucking kids. I'm like, bro, what are we talking about? I haven't seen him doing anything like that. I haven't seen any pictures or videos. I just seen people telling me what to believe, and I don't like that. Show me. I don't trust you. I don't like you. I don't believe you. Show me something. Show me the proof. I don't believe you. I'm not going to take your word for it. You're not going to be able to talk me into it. That's not how it works with RICO. You don't just talk me into anything. You got to show me. And they haven't shown me anything. This video is showing me something that I've never seen before. And this should kind of give us all a little bit of pause when it comes to our assumptions.
Took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic,
Jesus Christ, Rico the retard is crazy. But you know what? I've been called worse by your mother. And you know what? She said it in a time of heightened, like I said, we call each other names. We play around with each other. We poke each other. I poke her. We have fun. So your mom's allowed. And since your mom's allowed, you're allowed. So, it's okay. I love you too.
Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades.
Well, we went over the 2008 plea deal earlier, and apparently he had procured girls who were underage, 17 years old, and they were doing like sexual tantra massages on him. And he procured them, meaning that he sought them out specifically to give him these massages. And he also basically paid for prostitution. So that's what the plea deal entailed. And they said he basically was given like a light sentence. But I mean, I was just looking at those guys in Minnesota. They let those Somalians, he had 2 rapes, 2 actual rape convictions, and he was back out on the street in a year. So I'm thinking like, was Epstein, was that a sweetheart deal, or was what they're giving these illegal sweetheart deals? It's kind of hard for me to make heads or tails of that. So
decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end.
Bingo, George. Bingo. There are a myriad of things that have yet to be explained. But the scary part, the sad part, George, is that no one's even trying to explain because we're so scared of idiots like Armchair, whatever the fuck that guy was, Armchair Rocker. We're worried about him, in his opinion, shooting people down. There are people that have ideas and want to do things, but they're so afraid of everyone not liking them. They could have 99 people supporting them. They'll get one person like the Armchair Rocker that'll be saying, oh, you're dumb for wanting to study this or look into this. And it'll discourage them because they don't have the mental fortitude to handle everyone not liking them or agreeing with them to stay the course. And I'll be honest, I think that's the issue with the internet. Too many people, you're taking in too many people's opinions. And if you don't have the strength mentally to handle knowing that everyone's not going to accept you and tell you, oh yeah, you're bad, you're great, and pat you on the back, you might not be able to handle it and you just give up. But there is a lot of things that need to be studied. Like for myself personally, I talk about different things. I bring up different topics, and I come up with my own inventions. I put stuff together. I have different theories. You have to keep going. You can't just let people discourage you. And that's the problem when it comes to encouraging people, because especially a lot of kids or young people in school, they assume that we know everything. They think that as humans, we've learned everything. We've explored everything. We know everything. There's nothing left to explore. Because now Epstein did something I haven't seen anybody doing in years, which is say, I don't know. Some people, no one wants to admit that we don't know, and we don't know shit. We really don't know shit. So we need to encourage curiosity by just admitting that we don't know anything and there's more to learn out there. So hopefully I'm encouraging some people to think about that, and tomorrow might be a new day for them. Hopefully.
End of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And
you know what, George, I'm glad you're here. When it comes to gravity, if it's predictable, how can the force of gravity be strong enough to pull stuff to the ground, but it's not strong enough to crush the exoskeleton of an insect? Let me know your thoughts on that.
Instead of Larry's,
unless you're saying it's predictable, but it's also selective, where gravity turns off when it comes to insects, but it turns on when it turns to waters and cars and rocks. I'm open.
Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
It's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms. How did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
And you know what? That's me. I do trading, and I've made good money playing with the stock market. Not consistently, but there were times where I had a good tip and I just went in on it. But if I would have done the math and tried to mathematically figure it out and see if it was predictable and made sense, I would have never jumped into it. So I had to just literally not overthink it, put the money up there, and wake up in the morning with my fingers crossed that it's actually going to be a call, and it's going to go up and it's not going to go down, and I'm going to lose my money on the bet. But it's kind of like just gambling. Like, you got to just have a feeling. But I want to make sense of it. I hate the fact that it's not a numbers thing. And he's admitting this is all just a feelings-based thing. It's not grounded in any patterns or math or any. It's all just fake. Just basically going off of, like, you're guessing, like you're just gambling. Like, it's a big gamble. And that's scary to me because I'm not necessarily a gambler. I don't like taking risks like that. But that's what he's saying. That's how the best people in the market are just basically really good at gambling and really good at just going with their intuitions. If you're looking for the numbers to make it make sense, it's just not going to work, which is crazy to admit.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, well, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. Impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your.
So, Anthony, what you're saying is basically you're saying that basically gravity is selective. So, depending on who you are, your body's going to, let's see here, because everyone on Earth has adopted the weight of gravity. So it basically varies per person. So it's selective. It selects what let's see here. It basically selects how it's going to react to your weight per object, whether it's an insect, a drop of water, pounds of water, liters, gallons, rocks, birds, not just butterflies, but hummingbirds defy gravity. So that's why, there's so many different questions, but if that's what you're saying, then gravity is selective, then it's not predictable and it's not a constant if that's the case. But I mean, I'm open to hearing theories.
Your family had made in its entire existence.
Yes. He makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand, which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you're on the trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where something was happening that people couldn't foretell and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through that.
You know, that's the thing, George. We would assume electromagnetic forces have been studied, but that would fall under the realm of nuances of things that are unexplained that no one wants to think about or focus on because they're too worried about armchair rockers everywhere. That would tell them that they're dumb for thinking about it. I leave him in the chat because he's a great example of what the problem is with why a lot of people don't talk about things of any intellectual depth. It's because you care about the opinions of others, but you got to see opinions like his so that you can start to develop an immunity where you don't care about what they think and you kind of develop a thicker skin. So that's why it's always healthy to have people like that in your chat because they're good examples. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is I mean, like I said, that could be it's never been studied enough. It's just kind of like a lot of that is theoretical, the electromagnetic forces.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never seen that before. A very small part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to gyrate. You know, there's an old...
Basically removing the American petrodollar from the world's economies and trying to switch over to a brick system would be too much of a shock to the nervous system of the financial market of the entire world that we live in. It'd just kind of be like losing a limb or removing an organ, but then expecting the host to still survive. It would collapse. So, and again, it's like methadone. The American dollar is injected to all these different countries in different parts of the world, the reserve currency. They're addicted to our money. To remove them and their dependency, they would literally go into shock. And I don't even know if these countries could collapse. What would they do? So they're not going to be able to remove the American dollar. And don't get me wrong, I wouldn't even say it was a bluff. They tried, but it would be dangerous. It would just send too much of a shock. And like he's saying, all these small systems are connected. You might think they're in different parts of the world, but it's all literally a part of the same one system, is what he's saying.
Mathematical expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, Wall Street in certain parts.
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly wings. Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know, when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means, but even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? What is human? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your. You say that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words. These are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. That's how we don't understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about
it? Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it.
I don't think psychopath, trafficking, murdering animals see human life as a miracle. Him saying that when Bannon is trying to catch him up now again, and he's asking, okay, what do you think about human life? Because he's trying to lead to the crimes or whatever. And he's like, well, life is a miracle. And Bannon is like trying to figure out how to catch this guy up. This is a fascinating and insightful conversation.
And anyone, again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior,
I don't think he means he can't explain it through evolutionary process. To be honest, evolution is theoretical as well. We've never seen anything evolve. We've never seen it. We've assumed that we've taken other people's words for what they have theorized might happen, but it's never been verified. So I don't think that's what he's saying. I think because I haven't heard him talk about anything that was theoretical. You notice he hasn't mentioned anything about outer space, spaceships, or anything. He hasn't mentioned anything about time travel or anything that might be fake or bullshit or unverifiable. He hasn't, and he definitely didn't bring up evolution. So that's why I'm not seeing a pattern of him just throwing out there weird theories. He seems like he's a very pragmatic and grounded person when it comes to the sciences, and I can appreciate that. He's not just outlandish. Like, this guy is not dead. There's no way he's dead. He's way too smart, way too calculated. There's no way. He's a survivor.
No, they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference. Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go.
Membolo, you think that this is a PR video to try to make, bro? He's not asking him to talk about, his favorite movie, his favorite music. He's not dancing. He's not going around a bunch of black people in the hood to show that he's accepting of every. Like, what do you? That's what a PR video does. This man's just sitting here having an intelligent conversation about different types of sciences, mechanics that work in the real world. He's just having an in-depth conversation between two. I mean, it seemed two intellectuals. There's no PR. There's nothing in this video that is promoting Jeffrey Epstein, which would be the point of a PR video. So I don't see it.
Right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognize that this table appears.
I would beg to differ, Membola. I think that you're buying into the propaganda. I think that you've bought into it wholeheartedly out of ignorance. You don't know any better. You've never studied this man or any of these topics, but you feel that you know it. That means that you've been successfully sold. So you didn't just buy it. You were sold something. You getting it, and you're rejecting the question because, well, you've already made your purchase, and you really can't. And I don't know if you saved your receipt, but unfortunately, you're kind of stuck with it, which I can understand the rejection.
Another very complicated word, solid to us. It's really made up of
This interview is from 2019, and we're barely watching it in 2026, right?
Molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it.
Wait. If he was in school in the 50s, then that would mean that he is close to 70 years old now. So this was, or even a little older.
It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we start to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron.
That means you also have a lot of debt, Membola. So I wouldn't necessarily mean, that doesn't, those degrees wouldn't necessarily mean that you're smart or know what you're talking about, because you took on a lot of debt to get those credentials. I'm not really sure how those credentials are able to pay for themselves. But listen, whatever you do or don't do, that's up to you. But these are, I'm not trying to insult you or your education. I'm just saying it will kind of be inconsequential at this point. It wouldn't mean that you really know what you're talking about, because you'd be studying with the curriculum that somebody else created. There's no critical thinking in those fields. You're just basically regurgitating what someone else tells you to believe and what to say, and you'll apply wherever they tell you to, so that you can get money, so that you can pay off those student loans that it costs you to get the credentials to begin with. Again, no critical thinking required. To listen to these conversations requires critical thinking. So it goes against everything you've been, groomed to believe and follow.
We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud.
Yeah, if I had zero critical thinking skills, you wouldn't still be in my chat, buddy.
Of energy that we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics.
Well, it just depends. If anybody questioned your specialty of what you went to school for, then it would kind of destroy what you even went to school for. It wouldn't be able to hold water. If they question it, then your whole profession could fall apart. So there is no critical thinking allowed, because that will require questioning the very purpose or the point of what you studied. Remember, this science, it's evolving. It's never settled. So what you went to school for and spent all that money learning could be outdated next month, or it could already be outdated now. That's my point. It does grow, and it's never settled.
So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How much do you want to time?
4 minutes.
Fine. And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure makes it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't.
Is it saying God?
Well, why would you commit to something that could be incorrect and something that you don't know if it's accurate or not? Why would you go wholeheartedly and go all in and end up being wrong later? Again, it's a science. It means it's constantly moving. It's growing. There's new things. It's never settled. So how are you going to commit to something that's not settled? Bannon is not helping his own argument.
Commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very
you weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. Is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? Let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. Einstein.
We're not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
You didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't even. What if I say measure how tall are you? You'd say, in your case, 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take. It's between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull? The finer, the more
you're being rabbinical. This is like
I shaved my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No,
however we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things.
Hey, I agree. Bonds for president. The island ridiculously turned out to be the least important thing about all of this. I'm like, the island is not even. This is the more interesting part actually than any of all that Ellen DeGeneres Island bullshit. I'm not even sure if he was the mastermind. For all we know, he's the fall guy. And really there was other people or somebody else doing something else. And he was just the guy they got out of the way. We don't know what I know Ghislaine Maxwell was she a teacher also? I know her father was in an intelligence agency, worked for Mossad. She had a computer science background. I think her mother owned another company that worked, that they invented something. These two people are the least likely criminals that you're going to ever imagine. And they're just painting them out to be like these horrible people. And then because it's all a lie, that's why Trump had her move to another facility. And, she's probably going to eventually get out because they never said who her clients were. They were never actually able. How do you prove somebody? That's like saying, yeah, this person's a drug dealer, but you can never show me who bought drugs from them. But you're still getting a conviction. Like, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. This guy did all this trafficking, but you don't have any of his customers. It's starting to look like this is all just a made up lie. All of it. So
that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
What do you know? No, I want to relate it back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this inflection? When did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on, in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your two brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong. Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the. Okay. I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out?
In
Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. So it's writing, reading.
Oh, by the way, if you can, like the video and subscribe to the channel. We're going to do some more breakdowns, and I'm going to have a guest on tomorrow. I do about 4 or 5 videos a day. I read the news. We go over all the different topics, and then I'll try to go like live, like late night like this. So please, I appreciate you guys being here. Even the people in the chat that are talking shit, I appreciate you still being here. I need you for content and context anyway. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'll do my best to keep you entertained and to bring you the latest news. Of course, it's all going to be from a right-wing leaning perspective, of course, but I hope to impress you and keep your attention. So I appreciate you guys for being here nonetheless. Thank you.
And arithmetic was everyone's supposed to be taught, but writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was...
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tonight? I don't want to get that.
But at least his written record. Right. One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetable juice.
Let's go back.
Let's with vegetable juice.
When did that? The beginning of that. Was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning, and when I said the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said, taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, it's these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. What the one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, "I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money, and if I got good guys, I'm the producer. He says these are good people and this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you that. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not.
See, this is the part where Bannon becomes insulting and condescending, and it kind of just like ruined the conversation for me. I did see a little bit of this part. I wish he would have gotten more. This is like the last few minutes of it, but I wish he would have gotten into more details. But I don't even think Epstein knew that they were going to start destroying his name and painting him out to be the devil himself. It doesn't seem like he did. Well, take a listen.
So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it. We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
If we walked into you're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1 is the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, I told them the devil, 100%. The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows. Smart? The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
The devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good. Okay.
This completely changed my image of what I think about Epstein. But I'll be honest, watching the Diddy trial every single day for months changed my perspective on Diddy as well. Going into it, I thought he was just another gay, pedophile, super freak, animal molesting, child molester, sicko. After they went through all the evidence and the proof, and everyone who's trying to bury them and nobody's cool, they could have just made up lies. They weren't even doing that. Going through the evidence and looking at the truth, I looked at the man completely different. And that means everything I assumed about him was wrong. I'm having one of those inflections again right now about Epstein. I went through this about Trump back in 2018. Everyone told me he was the worst thing on earth. And I believed it until I started listening to the man, for myself directly. My image about him, my opinion about him completely changed. This is why it's important for you to look at both sides of the story. There are a lot of people that grew up without their father, and all they knew was their mother's side of the story. You need to hear your father's side. You need to hear the other side of every story. You can never trust what somebody else is telling you because everyone has their own motives. There are people that want us to believe this man is a monster so that we write off anything else we find out about him or we hear because there's something they want to distract you away from. You got to keep that in mind. Especially if you're an American, you got to think about it. We have money, we have guns. Controlling what we think is a very valuable thing that can be used as a weapon against others. So we're the center of attention, and that's why the propaganda for us Americans in particular is extremely high right now. I mean, this video completely changed everything I thought I knew about Epstein and what was going on. And now I don't believe any of it. And the fact that there is even less information about Ghislaine Maxwell that they can prove, I don't believe any of that bullshit either. I just don't. You're telling me these people are trafficking all these people, but you can't tell me who their clients are. And even when all the files being released, there's no client list that all the things we thought we were going to find, they're not there. We're finding out about some of our favorite rappers and some of our favorite actors. Yeah, people with money like to have sex. Okay. And then people who need money like to get paid for sex. Okay. Great. What's new under the sun? What's new? Where does it all, where does all the kid and all the cannibalism, where's all the proof of all that? Where's the rape kits where people who went to a hospital once they were able to escape, or they have clothing that have DNA on it, like Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton? I'm still waiting for any of the evidence that can prove or substantiate any of the stories. I see the stuff in black and white, but I'm looking for the actual evidence, and it's coming up short. They're telling me all the stuff about Trump. Okay, where's the kit where the person went to the hospital because they survived and they were able to prove that Trump did something to him? Where's the evidence? Talk is cheap. You can pay anybody to say anything and to make up anything. People do it every day for money. That's how it goes. So I'm still waiting until I can see some of the proof or some of the evidence. But until then, I'm just going to go watch and look at everything for myself. Watching this interview, this man went hours talking about just an extremely intellectual person, and he was up against a brick wall. Bannon is no friend. Bannon is not an ally. He was way more pleasant with Bannon than Bannon was with him. We are going to have to just decide what we're going to believe, but after watching this video, it's up to us to use discernment to decide what we're going to believe for ourselves. And I'll tell you this, again, just like with everything else, I don't believe the official story. I just don't. I've learned that the official story is bullshit. And every time I peel back the layers, they always fall apart. This story is falling apart fast, very fast. Nope. It just means that the guy is not just some monster predator psychopath. The conversation was too robust, and they touched on too many different topics. It wasn't, I don't think he's dead. And a lot of these stories, now that I'm looking in after watching this conversation and then going through the lack of evidence, I don't see where any of this stuff is even proven to be true. It seems like he was used as a scapegoat, and they took something from him that maybe he was researching or something he came across. And it seems like they buried him, and they took his research and they buried him. It seems like whatever he was working on in Santa Fe, what if it was successful and somebody wanted what he had? And they took it and they threw him under the bus and they destroyed him. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I know one thing. I don't think a man like him, who's this calculated, died in a cell by suicide. I don't think that's the case at all. Let's see here. Guess who just got banned? No, Sean, you actually make excuses for pedophiles. You guys are called Democrats. See, they actually pass laws to protect pedophiles when you're a Democrat. Senate Bill 145, California, 2019. So you don't really care about pedophiles. You're obsessed with Trump. That's all you care about. You don't care about sodomy and kids being harmed because, well, then you'd be protesting against the actual law that they passed to protect pedophiles in California. So you don't actually care. You're just trying to look for something against Trump because you're gay yourself, and you hate the fact that they've been pushing back those different the access you were having to children. It was taken away from you, so you feel like you lost your rights. So that's why you hate Trump. And you guys, a lot of you guys share that same issue. I can't make it. You guys literally are Democrats that support pedophiles and make laws to protect them. I can't protect pedophiles that you've already protected. that would be redundant. You've already protected them. And I don't know how much more clear that has to be. You guys have already passed laws to decriminalize people that are caught having sex with kids and committing sodomy. You've already passed those laws. I cannot protect pedophiles that you've already protected. You can't accuse me of what you've already done. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he could have just became a liability. I don't know, but it doesn't even seem like that was the case. It seems like he was doing a lot of research and he was putting a lot of money into something that somebody else wanted, and they didn't want to share the credit for it with him, which happens. People in other countries will take things that are patented here in the United States, they manufacture them over there, and then they'll resell them over here and become competition. And that's why a lot of people hate China, because they steal a lot of our patents and then they recycle them and make them for cheaper and send them back over here, and you don't get paid for it. People steal other people's inventions and other people's research every single day, and they fight about it. I don't know what Epstein stumbled upon, but it seems like it was something very important because somebody wanted something from him. Nothing about this interview, nothing about this entire case is making any sense. Even the files that just came out, I went through them. We were going through them yesterday. I'm looking for evidence. I'm looking for DNA tests. I'm looking for rape kits. I'm looking for people. None of it's there. There's no DNA kits saying, yeah, Trump did this to me, but nobody went to a hospital. But you were raped by a billionaire. Girls accuse rappers who they just ride on an elevator with for 5 stops of all kind of heinous things, because it's just one person versus another. So you mean to tell me nobody had enough thought to, like, maybe I can set up a billionaire? You're surviving all this stuff with these billionaires, but yet nobody's going to a hospital. You don't got to go to the police, going to a hospital to get so you can collect DNA and prove that nobody. So I'm thinking the Epstein files are going to come out. The names are going to be there. The proof's going to be there. They're going to have, yeah, these people went and got tested and they got all the evidence, and these people are just, escaping the law. We go through all the files. Nothing's there. Just words and people telling stories, but no actual evidence. Nothing, just talk, rumors. But I'm supposed to believe that. No evidence, no proof, no physical proof of anything. Just take my word for it. I'm a stranger. I was actually working over there as an escort for money, and somebody else offered me some more money to say some stuff. So I turned that money down, but I didn't turn that money down. And you're supposed to just take my word for it blindly and just believe everything I'm saying. No, that doesn't make any sense. We're going to need to demand evidence for everything. Everything. If somebody's going to accuse you of something or say something about you, it shouldn't be a difficult request for them to demand, for them to provide evidence when requested. And since when did people just start believing everything blindly without asking for evidence? That's like somebody walking up to you and saying, hey, you want to buy a car from me? And you're like, yeah. They're like, okay, cool. Give me 10,000. You're like, okay, here goes 10 grand. But wait, let me see the car first. And they're like, well, why do you need to see the car? Trust me. Take my word for it. There's a car around the corner. It's beautiful. It's worth more than 10 grand. I'm giving it to you for a steal. Just give me the money and just walk around that corner. It's there. Trust me. What do you need to see it for? Just believe me. Why don't you believe me? Are you some kind of car thief yourself? You're a scammer because you don't want to believe my scam, so you must be a scammer. That's how ridiculous it sounds when you guys are accusing people of doing stuff that you're doing yourself. These are all people that support Democrats. Democrats create policies that protect pedophiles that are literally enshrined in law of the land, in policy, literally already passed, protecting pedophiles. So you can't accuse conservatives and Republicans of protecting them when you've already protected them. That's why that argument doesn't make sense. It's not even we've already broke it down. But now we're going through all the evidence and the files, and if everything about him is true, why is this interview only coming out in 2026 and it's from 2019? Wouldn't the best time to do a PR run for this man would have been when all the allegations started coming out? Unsubstantiated allegations, but allegations nonetheless. Why would you wait until after to all of a sudden want to release this? It's just not making any sense. It's not making sense. It's not adding up. And when there's smoke, there's fire, and I don't see any smoke. I'm still looking. We've been going through the paperwork. We've been looking through everything. We're not seeing any evidence. We're not seeing it. There's evidence about some things with other people, but I'm looking for the evidence against Trump that everybody keeps telling me about. I don't see it. Looking for the evidence against Epstein. Don't see it. I'm looking for the evidence against Ghislaine Maxwell. Don't see it. Who does she traffic the kids to? Nobody knows. Could she speak at trial? Nope. They didn't even have any pictures of her. They had drawings. Can anybody do an interview with her while she's in jail? Nope. Can she speak to anybody? Nope. So you just have to believe one side of the story. You can't even get the other person's side and decide for yourself. Okay, cool. If that works for you, good luck. But for somebody like myself, that's just not going to cut it. My threshold for what I'm going to believe and what I'm going to, see as true is going to just require more information. I need to see the evidence. And if you can't provide it, but you're only coming to me with a bunch of words, well, now I'm thinking you're trying to scam me. You're trying to talk me into it. Why? Talk is cheap. Don't talk me into it. Just show me. Let me look at it for myself and make a decision on my own. I don't need you to sell me on anything. I don't know. I guess that's lost on some people, but not on everyone. So there's hope. There's hope nonetheless. Do me a favor, like and subscribe, share the video. This has been a great conversation. This was an amazing video, extremely fascinating. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, pushes me into the algorithm, or so they say. I have seen the evidence of that, so I can believe that that's true. So yeah, again, this was a very interesting and very important conversation. This person has literally been in our faces ever since he's died. They bring him up every time they want you to be mad about Trump about something. And now that all of it's coming out, there's literally no evidence of anything. It's just a bunch of people with words, people who are known liars. So why would you trust a known liar when they're telling you what to believe about somebody? Shouldn't they be able to show you instead of just talking to me about it? I don't need you to talk to me about it. Show me or shut the hell up. This is the real world. Put up or shut up. That's how it goes. I don't know if innocent of what. I don't know I don't know if he's innocent. I have no idea. I'm just saying that as far as what he's being accused of, I haven't seen the proof of it. I haven't seen the proof. So I don't know if he's innocent or not until I can see the proof or see what I haven't seen proof that he's innocent, but I haven't seen proof that he's guilty of anything either. Have you? ZG Finance, what evidence do you have of him being guilty? Did you see in the files that came out yesterday, a couple days ago? I just haven't seen it. So if anybody has anything else, you're more than welcome to drop it in the comments, and we'll analyze it, and we'll be back on. I'm actually going to go grab some chili, and then I'll be back on live in about an hour. No, in about 20 minutes, I'll be back on. And then we're going to go over the evidence and look through those files and see what we find. Maybe there is some kind of smoking gun that nobody else found, but you did. And you can share it with us, and I'm all ears. I want to hear all about it. So like and subscribe, share the video, subscribe to the channel. I'm looking forward to seeing all you guys on the next live. Remember, America first, America only.
I've been needing to find a new apartment, which has not been easy with credit as bad as mine. Luckily, I found cosigning.com. They connected me with a cosigner who helped me get my dream apartment for me and my dog. I just paid a small fee and was able to move in fast. Get the cosigner you need for the apartment you want. Check out cosigning.com today.